Welcome, everyone, to the Gainesville Regional Utility Authority meeting of May 29th. And I call the meeting to order. Do we do a name roll call?
Yes, sir. We will do a roll call. Let's see. Chair Bolarski,
Here.
Vice Chair Haslam,
Here.
Member Lawson,
Here.
Member Carter,
Here.
Member Skinner.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you. And we have an invocation. Mr. Carter, Director Carter, has graciously accepted the invocation.
And it will be followed by the pledge.
Thank you.
If you want to do the pledge. Let us pray. Father, thank you for this evening. Thank you for the people that have come before this board to give their opinions. Father, please let us work well together and come to the common good of the ratepayers and the employees of this utility, Father, in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Pledge allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Director Carter. Next time you might want to be on my other side because I can't see through you to get to the flag.
Oh, look at your right. We're flanking you with big boys.
Yeah. Well, we've moved to the adoption of the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Now we move to the approval of the
Mr.
minutes.
Chair?
Oh,
I'd like to
I'm
comment.
sorry.
Mr. Chair, the audited financial statements from last year were stuffed into the backup at the April 17th meeting. They have never been considered or adopted. There was a vote to begin a search for a new GM. Mr. Lawson was put in charge of that. I've heard nothing about it. I've heard that he's called off the search. I don't know if that's true, but I think clearly, sir, you have the best qualifications to handle such a search, having been GM yourself. So I think at a very minimum, those two items need to come back on the agenda. Instead of spoon feeding us hundreds of slides that we all had a chance to review, let's have an open discussion of how we're going to fix this budget completely out of conformity with the mandates that you have sworn to uphold. They got away with it this year, and they'll continue to get away with it until they're stopped. Thank you.
Anyone else? With that, I think we have an adoption.
No, you got to vote.
Oh, thank you, Director Carter. Do we have a vote on the adoption of the agenda? Everyone say aye if they're in approval.
Aye.
Aye.
Nay for disapproval? Okay, we have it. We have an adoption of the budget. I mean, of the adoption of the agenda.
That took less time than I thought.
Yeah. We have the minutes from the April 17th and the May 23rd meeting.
Point of clarification.
Yes.
Madam Attorney, there's only two of us present now that were present at the time of the minutes. We have a 30-person quorum. How should we handle that, or should we leave them unapproved?
So you'll vote to, you all can vote on the approval of the minutes. You've all had an opportunity, it's a public meeting to review. So all of the members will vote.
Okay, even on the April meeting? Okay, great. Sorry, just wanted to make sure.
No, I'm thinking about, that comment.
Yeah.
I forgot that we weren't
Yeah.
there for those meetings. And
Well, it's just one meeting, actually. You were here for the last meeting, the
Right.
minutes were there. So I just wanted to make sure we're in good standing. So thank you, Chair.
Okay. And so we would vote on the next meeting? That's, could
We
you
vote now.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
I don't know
Excuse
if
me,
there's a
Mr. Chair,
motion.
you need a motion and a
Motion.
second, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes as stated.
Any second? That motion's been seconded. Do we also have citizen
Yes,
comment on that?
Yeah. Seeing none.
Seeing none, we'll have a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That motion passes, and we have the approval of the minutes. Okay. This is new to me, so bear with me. I'm used to other circumstances, so I want to thank Director Carter for his patience with me and helping me along. So thank you very much.
You're doing good, sir.
So let's move on to my comments. Is that the next on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if we could put the presentation, because Director Carter loved my presentation so much last time, I thought I'd also have another PowerPoint that we could talk about it, since he's a very visual guy. So we'll
I deny that statement.
Mr. Chair, we're working on getting that for you. One moment.
There you go. If you go back one. There you go. So, as I was preparing for this meeting tonight, I realized that we're dealing with some newcomers that, in all likelihood, haven't dealt with a $450 million, $460 million budget. And so, unless we're talking about Director Lawson, who has some really good experience at the hospital and other places. But I thought it might be interesting for me to lend a little bit of how-to to the discussions tonight. I certainly picked up some tricks, if you will, in looking at the budget. I mean, you can get kind of bogged down in numbers. I mean, we're looking at, was it 370 pages of information here, 300 pages, I guess, on the budget. So I think you have to step back and have kind of a different approach, and it's one based on metrics. So I wanted to lead into the budget discussion with kind of the key metrics to the budget discussion. So the first thing that comes to mind is that, or the first thing I would do, okay, before I do that, I'm going to hand out these to the folks up here so that they don't have to squint.
Thank you.
Like I
Yes.
do.
I was going to ask you to print it in bold next time.
And this is helping my PowerPoint skills. Do you have it, Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well, I mean, how far did you want them to go?
No, it's just for the board at
Okay.
this point, because they,
They know the budget. I hope so.
so there's four categories that I'll talk to the folks about. You got a bad battery there? Broken. The first thing that I always looked at was non-fuel operating expenses, because outside of CapEx, which CapEx is capital expenditures, the money you pay for long-lived assets. Operating expenses are something that you can move around rapidly, more quickly. They're most sensitive, given that most of them are people, payroll. Talking about payroll, the other thing I looked at was head counts. Not just FTEs, which they call full-time equivalents, but interns and temporary employees, the actual head count of folks that are here on the facilities. The third thing is CapEx, capital expenditures, and in reality, they're the most controllable of all the expenditures. And then finally, I looked at general fund transfer as a percent of net earnings before that GFT. And frankly, that's a metric that reflects the economic ability to fund the GFT, which is effectively the profit of the organization. So looking at that non-fuel operating expenses, I think the graph shows a pretty interesting situation. We started back in 2015 at $128 million or so and moved up. We had a high point of about 138 million in 2019 and got down to about 133 million in 21. But since then, and during that period of time, we were growing at just over 1/2% a year. I mean, pretty good control of operating expenses. And from 21 to 23, and the reason I chose 23 was they're the CAFRs, or the audited statements, I'm sorry. They're the actual numbers, they're not budgeted. So we went from 133 million to 144 million, up to 155 million in '23. So, folks, when you look at the budget this year, you've got to think about it from that mindset. It's got to be in the back of your mind, because unfortunately, we're looking at budget-to-budget numbers. We don't have actuals in there. So it looks as though expenses are going down, and unfortunately, the history there is that they're going up tremendously, and that's 8.5% a year over the fiscal year '22 and '23. Then if you go to the head count, I know it sounds so, they're people. They're people in seats, they're people out in the field, there's helping customers throughout the organization. But back in September of '15, we had 876, which included interns, temporary folks, and things like that. We got down to about 842 in September of 2022. But since that time, we've moved up over 30 employees, up to 876 back in February of this year. And think about those numbers, because when you look at the authorized FTEs, I worry about the disconnect there. I mean, if you were to look at that 876 employees and look at the amount of authorized FTEs, it shows something like a 3% vacancy rate, which I'm not quite sure of. So the next thing is annual CapEx, capital expenditures. In the budget that you've all had a chance to look at, we're looking at $142 million of capital expenditures. GRU's never spent that much on recurring CapEx. Second biggest year was last year. His budget was $121 million. And then for the period of 2015 to 2023, on average, we spent $80 million. So this budget this year is $60 million over the average for an 8-year period ending in 2023. I mean, it just sends a red flag. It's kind of like, what's going on with this number? And by looking at these numbers, by the way, operating expenses, CapEx, I mean, you're almost up to half of the budget. You know, you have debt service, you have the GFT, you have UPIF, which you probably aren't familiar with, but it's Utility Plant Infrastructure Fund, which is required by bond documents for us to put aside money that goes into our capital expenditures. They want us to put a certain amount of money that we get from the organization, not finance it all on debt. So the other thing with CapEx is that I don't know that we have the capacity to actually handle all those projects. It's a lot of money, and you need staff that actually manages, unless you want the contractors to do that management for you, which I'm reluctant to do. And then we get to the general fund transfer as a percent of earnings, which is really the way you have to look at it. I mean, ask yourself, do you look at the amount that you spend compared to your check, your gross check? Would you look at it compared to what your take-home pay is? I mean, I always looked at my take-home pay. When you look at the other element, you don't take into account taxes and other types of things. Well, the same thing applies to GRU. So in this slide, I took the 6-year totals of the big 5 municipal utilities in Florida. And they're JEA, OUC, Tallahassee, Lakeland, and GRU. So you can see JEA is at about 56% if you use the same metric. So out of every dollar they make, they're giving almost, 56, or they're giving 56 cents to the city. In OUC, 62 cents. In Tallahassee, they're giving the buck plus something. So they've actually paid more, by a smidge, more than what they made. Then Lakeland is 49%, but then you look at GRU, and it's 150%. So out of every dollar over the past 6 years, GRU's given $1.50, $1.50. So that's something we really, really have to talk about in the budget. So the key points for me are, the budget is the basis of rate making. The budget is the basis by which you all decide on the base rates that customers get charged. So is that budget readily attainable? Is it a stretch? Is it not attainable? Or is it a fourth one? Is it budget oversight? Is it what the board deems is necessary that we don't cause customers to prepay? The other thing I want you all to remember is that this budget is a living, breathing document. It can be brought to us and we can approve it, but we can have it modified. In fact, I think it's really good to have it modified during the course of the year, because that's management coming back to the board saying, we have this circumstance. We want your approval on that. I mean, that's the whole point of House Bill 1645, was the oversight of the board of GRU. And then frankly, the board hasn't agreed yet to the strategic direction on which this budget is predicated. In other words, we haven't met yet to decide, well, do we want to continue with this multi-year $165 million Main Street wastewater project? I'll tell you, Tony, you and I talked back when I was here in, was it 2021? You talked about the design build. And I think you'll remember, we were up in our conference room up there, right? And that was, you said $40 million. $40 million we talked about. It's 165 now. $165 million. Now, I know there's a lot of reasons for it, but one of the things that we talked about at that time was you let the contractor lead the design build. You worry about where it's going to go. The other thing is the pre-funded gas expansion into Newberry. There's dollars in there about expanding our business into Newberry. I don't think anybody up here has talked about that. Is my battery going dead, or you just told me to shut up?
No, you
Okay.
keep going. I'm trying not to disturb you. I apologize. Trying to be a good left-hand man.
Okay. So the costs are in the budget for an expansion in Newberry that our gas customers are going to be paying for, and that may not occur. That's a real no-no in terms of the budget. The other thing I saw was there's this dramatic increase in the reserves. There's an increase of $80 million in the reserves. $80 million that customers are paying for over the life, not the budget, but the forecast, which the budget begins. I don't have any assurance in that budget that the debt reduction that gets us to the 10 times Fitch leverage milestone is going to be reached. And I don't see much austerity in the operating expense budget. The thing that concerns me the most is I read that there's the goal is to stabilize rates. When you look at what stabilizing is, it's to make steady, to keep flat, and they're increasing, and it's on the backs of customers. So I don't think that was the intent of House Bill 1645. So my point here is that this needs to be the board's budget, so let's make it so, and let's do it tonight. So I have a couple appendices here, and this just proves the point. So the slide you saw about the 6-year averages with each one of the big 5 municipal utilities, the one that sticks out, interestingly, is JEA in 2023. In 2023, they paid the city of Jacksonville 524% more than what they made. They made $23 million and paid on the order of $130 million. The interesting thing to me was that that was because they're now grappling with the costs of a nuclear deal that they entered into with MEAG, which is the Municipal Electric Authority of Georgia. It was what they call a hell or high water contract, and it cost them $6 billion. So that's a perfect example of what happens when you enter into contracts and you get behind the eight ball and you have no other basis but to raise rates, and the GFT goes sky high as by comparison. So the one other thing I wanted to leave you with was this whole idea of the GFT overpayment. We've heard about the $68 million, but the reality is from 2018 to 2021, GRU made $148 million before the GFT payment. If you look at those dividend rates that were in there, if we just assume that we paid 75% of that, that would be $111 million. But we only paid we did pay $222 million. So the overpayment for that period of time is really $111 or $110 million. Incredible numbers, right? So I would tell the board that we have to cope with this general fund transfer as a function of this budget. I mean, we would be shirking our responsibilities to do so. So with that, I've made my chair comments. Oh, one more thing. One second. I was asked at the meeting to talk to the governor's office concerning the referendum. And I got some information back. I apologize here. And I wrote it down so that I wouldn't misconstrue it. What I heard back, the governor's office has yet to decide what process they're going through. But I did hear that Mr. Ray Washington has agreed to represent a group of county ratepayers in a lawsuit to keep what they feel is an unconstitutional measure off the ballot. That's the referendum that was, I guess, had the second reading the other day at the City Commission. It's their argument that the City Commission lacks the authority to change the governance of GRU, and the proposed referendum violates their civil rights as it would result in their unequal treatment as well as their due process rights because of their exclusion. So that's my understanding. I really don't know more than that, but I wanted to get back. Yeah, Director Carter.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that sort of, I have I guess a motion, because our attorney, the utility attorney last week said there was 3 exceptions to that referendum that they felt was in conflict with the bill. I would like this board, I'd like to make a motion, this board would direct the GRU attorney and the city attorney to file that with the supervisor of elections office to keep it off the ballot, because how can they put something on the ballot that is directly in conflict with the law? Does that make sense?
I'd ask the
Kirsten,
attorney.
what I'm saying is, you know, if it's in conflict with the law, how can a public official put it on a ballot?
I mean, obviously, our office's issues that we take with the referendum would, in our opinion, prohibit it from being placed on a ballot because it is contrary to.
And that's what I want this board to emphasize and present. That's my motion, that we ask you, and in conjunction with the city attorney, to do that. I made a motion, Chair, so.
I would second that.
Okay.
So we have we have a second, so we have public comment.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish. I'd like to read you the ordinance that the city has passed, the preamble. They point to Chapter 166, Florida statutes, that provides for the broad exercise of home rule powers, including the exercise of any power for municipal purposes, not expressly prohibited by law. I'd like to read you the Florida Constitution that you have sworn to honor, defend, and uphold. municipalities, establishments. Municipalities may be established or abolished, and their charters amended pursuant to general or special law. HB 1645 is both a local law and a special law. Again, they have home rule except as otherwise provided by law. The state can, and in fact has, preempt the local home rule over any matter. They did it on landlord regulation. They did it on GRU governance. They did it on the criteria governing the management of our pension funds. Whenever they want to come in, they can preempt local government, and they've done so expressly, and sometimes it's by implication. They've done it expressly, and they've done it unambiguously. The city of Gainesville cannot repeal a state statute by calling for an illegal referendum. They can't repeal the abortion ban. They can't repeal the open carry. Just because you don't like someone's law coming out of the state, you can't repeal it unless you want to become a separate territory like Puerto Rico and just become a sovereign nation. You're under the state of Florida as a municipality, and you exist at their discretion. And moreover, I doubt if the citizens went and got the signatures, I doubt if the citizens could repeal this law. Only the legislature can change it because they did it in the first place. I want to read you from the charter that you have a duty to uphold. In the event that any city charter provision, ordinance, resolution, decree, or any part thereof conflicts with the provisions of this article, the provisions of this article shall govern. The ordinance is void ab initio. It's misleading. There's 6 questions log rolled into one question. I've given you a scholarly
I'm sorry to interrupt
explanation
you,
of that.
Mr. Connors.
It's up.
Thank you, thank you,
Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you. My name is Bobby Murmur. I'm the coordinator for the Alachua County Labor Coalition. We were one of the groups in the broad local coalition that had asked and pushed the city commission to put this referendum on the November ballot. I have a couple points to make. One, to the idea that we are disenfranchising GRU customers who live in the unincorporated service territory. I don't think there's a single person that was part of the effort to put this on the ballot that would have opposed allowing them to vote on the matter as well. In fact, many members of this coalition are residents of unincorporated Alachua County who are also GRU customers. The legislature would have been able to allow them to vote on it along with city residents. We asked them in 2023 to do that. They said no compromises whatsoever on 1645. The city commission cannot allow non-residents to vote on the matter. So that is an unfortunate thing that the state legislature denied the vote, not just to city residents, but also to GRU customers who live in unincorporated Alachua County. Second, we think that we have several legal analyses that say that the city commission can put this on the ballot. The state legislature could have amended the charter further to prohibit the city commission from putting charter referenda on the ballot, but they didn't. They could have also expressly said that the voters cannot also the voters could not direct the authority or interfere with the authority. They chose not to do that. So, I'm asking you all to please vote no on this motion and allow the people who own this utility, city residents, to have our say. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Armando Grundy Gomez. There's some things about what Mr. Murmur just said. Dr. Murmur, I want to be respectful. Thank you, Dr. I'm not gonna play the game.
Yeah, can we have some decorum here?
I'll
please?
be respectful. I meant no disrespect to Dr. Murmer, and Dr. Murmer knows that. To Dr. Murmer, one is, there's some things that he said I don't disagree with. However, it's also a point of statement of fact. You stated in your last meeting, Mr. Chair, is how do we get here? There's a difference in how we servicing territory when a power utility company is servicing territory. Sometimes those geographic boundaries don't end at a city boundary. As a matter of fact, GRU's doesn't either. It doesn't say, hey, I'm going to stop at 13th Street and intersect here and stop there. It doesn't do that. You probably serve parts of the county. In fact, before all of this happened, before we had 1645, the facts of the matter, before Mr. Cunningham, and if you're a doctor, I want to say Dr. Cunningham. If anybody is, please just know I will never just come out and just be disrespectful. So if you're a doctor and you get offensive or sensitive about that, please let me know. I'll call you by your title. People like titles. I get it. Mr. Cunningham was, before he was general manager, we had a certain service capacity where people were serviced outside of the county too. Matter of fact, it was like a third. A third of ratepayers are outside of the city boundaries. Those are facts. Just like 2 + 2 is 4. I know some people in Alachua County public schools think it's 105. It's not. But there was a fact that a third of the ratepayers were outside the city limits. So my question is, it's not about who's being right here. It's about how do we move forward together, because the problem is not going to suffice whether it's this bill or this lawsuit or whoever. So I guess what I want to ask to you and to Dr. Murmer and whoever else is it about you being right, or is it about let's just doing what's right for everybody? Because we could also go back to, on my side of the aisle, and some of my friends of mine before, because I know you wanted to say we were right about how we got here. Well, it's fine to be right, but we're past those days. And it's not about just saying, hey, I told you so, because now the other side of the aisle is saying, hey, I'm telling you so. So to Dr. Murmer and my friends on the other side of the aisle, I say to you is, are you sitting here saying that a third of the people that pay bills too, they don't matter? Their voice doesn't matter? I think that it does, and I don't think that's what Dr. Murmer was saying. I'm just asking the question in generalization since it was brought up. So what I'm going to ask you all to do is not about who is right here. It's about how do we move forward, because at the end of the day, we have a problem that we need to fix together. And leaders fix it instead of pointing fingers and trying to be right all the time. Because I'm sure Dr. Murmer's been wrong before too, just like I've been wrong. And my time is up. So I want to be cognizant of that, even though somebody took 30 seconds of my time, wanted to say Mr. or whatever. So anyway, we all need to do better as leaders. Thank you.
Debbie Martinez, and I support the motion. And as a registered nurse, you have to have a history. You have to. You can't come up with a plan to treat the patient and fix the patient, get that patient back to wellness without going back over the history. And maybe the vast majority of the directors on this authority know that, but maybe not all of them do. And we also have something called the public. And I think it's important for the public to know the history of how we got here. And why should the state say, yeah, let's go ahead and put it on the ballot and let the people in the unincorporated area vote for it as well? Tallahassee didn't take our utility away. Our city commissioners gave it away by the gross mismanagement of our utility. So why not? You would think that the city commission would want to work with you all to try to fix it. It's their community too. It's their, their GRU customers. It seems like they would want a healthy GRU as well. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Janice Gary. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Alachua County. So the history is that in 2018, this was put before the voters in a referendum, and it was defeated to have a third-party authority managing our utility. So what happened in 23 is the legislature bypassed the voters and took the question straight to the legislature. There was no public input. It was called a local bill, but there was no local governance involvement, and they forced it through in a very rapid manner without any public input. So that's the history of why we're here today. The people who live outside Gainesville and use GRU services do not have input into what's going on with this authority. This authority has no accountability to the public. It has no accountability to the city. It has no accountability to the county. It only has accountability to the governor. I would challenge any GRU customer inside or outside of city limits to have a communication with the governor about any GRU issue. So I don't think this is an issue about who's right. I don't think it's an issue about giving GRU customers outside the city a voice, because they never have had a voice, and they certainly don't have a voice now. I think this is an issue about letting the voters decide and not bypassing the voters, because we are trying to live in a democracy. And the state overreach into our city charter does not represent democracy. Thank you.
You may be want to live in a democracy, but we do actually have a representative republic. I've heard that so many times. I just think it's important for us to understand that you elect people to represent yourself. Absolute democracy is the height of tyranny and chaos. Thank you.
Angela Castile. I'm a ratepayer outside of the city. Right outside here, GRU states that it's owned by the people it serves. Therefore, I am served by GRU, and yes, I should get a vote. Thank you.
Oops. Are we going to arm wrestle for this one, or? Yeah. Yeah, if you could, the next one in line, if they could stand it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Good evening, everyone. Ernesto Martinez. I think what a lot of people are ignoring or choosing to ignore or definitely overlooking is this monumental $2 billion debt that GRU is holding, not the city, not the county, certainly not the state, but GRU. And I think that you are going to make a desperate effort to salvage that situation. And I'm on your side, so I'm asking you to approve this. Thank you.
My name is Tyler Forrest. I'm a ratepayer outside of the city as well. I just wanted to reiterate that if the concern was that citizens like me who are outside of the city have a say, the only authority that could have made that happen was the state legislature. But the Speaker Pro Tem of the House, Chuck Clemens, chose not to do that and instead go through 1645. So the idea that somehow an unelected board appointed and accountable to one person in the entire state is actually representative is nonsense. So I'd ask you to vote this down. Thank you.
Anyone else? If not? Yeah.
You're bringing it back to the board for comment?
Yes.
I just want to clarify something. It's like when people are at the lectern and they say things that aren't exactly true, and intelligent people believe them, and they say to me, well, you didn't correct them. Our attorney pointed out 3 exceptions with a referendum. I think we, as a business, have a duty, mad saying, why didn't you say something sooner? So that is the reason for me to say something now. The reason to involve the city attorney is because he has input and an opinion. So that is why I think if there's a problem, let's find it now.
Yes.
That's my reason behind it, sir.
Yes, I concur. My question to the attorney, the way I understand what you've asked for is that you want GRU to enter in as an affected party.
Well, however the attorney sees fit, I don't want to tell them how to write
Okay.
the deal, but we want to let the election office know that we believe it's invalid for them to do that and give them some sort of case law. I'm not going to
Okay,
act like I know what I'm talking about
Okay.
that, but she does.
I understand it better now.
Yeah.
I thought at first the direction was to actually enter suit as an affected party, and I had some amount of consternation with that because we are going through a bond validation right
Right.
now, which is one entity. We'd have to go in as a separate entity and say we're going to the other one. So I think that has its challenges. But in terms of almost kind of a comfort letter that would, how would you describe it? That
Notify.
Would, yeah, that's right. That would notify folks of what we thought about this, I think is apropos. And I would concur with Director Carter in that regard. Is that something that you can do? Come back to us to see the draft of it, or?
Absolutely, we can definitely put something together. Now, I wouldn't deem to speak for Mr. Nee's office, but I'm definitely
Mr.
able
Chair,
to put that together.
I'd like to amend my motion, have them come back to you, so we don't have to wait 2 weeks for this. I think the sooner the better. If the board's okay, I think the chair's well qualified to give a thumbs up on a letter like that.
Okay.
I think speed's critical here.
I agree 100% with what you're saying. This is moving at
And
a
seconder
rapid
has to
pace.
just give the
Do
nod. I
you-
think he did. Seconder?
The seconder? Were you the
Second,
second?
Yeah.
Okay. So that nod is affirmative?
Yep, affirmed.
Okay. So you fine?
We can vote.
Yep. So with that,
Make it be done.
all in favor? Say aye. Well, no, there isn't public comment after that because this was an amending of.
You just had another motion.
Well, I'll ask the attorney. Do we have to have public comment after the,
After the amended motion?
do we have to? Okay. Okay.
I'm going to be very succinct. This is going to be put on the ballot by the supervisor of elections without any doubt. You cannot sue the city, but you can sue the supervisor of elections. You can intervene in any suit filed against the supervisor of elections. This is a straw ballot. I would tell them you're not going to give them any more general fund transfers unless they tell the supervisor to label it for what it actually is, a straw ballot. There's nothing wrong with polling the voters in this city, but you also could do your job and they're going to lose the vote. But if you just keep continuing the abuses of the past, you will lose the vote. Thank you.
Jeffrey Shapiro, speaking for Gainesville Residents United. One thing to note is that the sunshine laws were discussed by the attorney last week, and she made it very clear that any kind of meeting must be divulged if requested. Be aware that a public records request from Gainesville Residents United Incorporated may be filed subsequent to actions or motions made this evening. We will request that you as authority members disclose the substance of any and all meetings and communications between members prior to and subsequent to your swearing in. Ethics rules under the Sunshine Laws require such disclosure. See the documents included in the agenda package last week, pages 30 through 48. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. With that, we'll put it up to a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, no. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
Sorry for that delay.
No, that's fine. Although unfortunately we have Mr. Weiner here from our bond counsel who's probably going to be late for dinner, but that's okay. Thank you. We'll move into, oh my goodness, general public comment.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, don't worry about Mr. Weiner. He doesn't make $1,000 an hour, but it's high. Sir, my brother and my friend, James Coates, came into this arena and put in a lot of work, spent a lot of money, was slimed, was threatened, was harassed, and in a few weeks, he discovered service level agreement losses that dwarfed what the Auditor General found after 3 years of inquiry. You know, sir, that the service level agreement losses probably are greater than the GFT and constitute an indirect GFT not reflected on your financial statements, not calculated into the flow of funds. And this represents a fraud on all your creditors who you owe these billions to. You have a duty to deal with the systematic falsification of cost allocation reports that was proven by Mr. Coates, because it's rampant. I asked for an accounting of how much of a direct and indirect transfer was paid in 2023. I was told that would cost $1,400. Coates and Caro made numerous requests for information that were ignored. I have numerous public records requests that are ignored. When you falsify an official record and people rely on it, sir, that's a very serious matter. When you delay a bond issue pursuant to a criminal directive that is not allowed under our charter, you're in no man's land. Mr. Cunningham has zero authority to give them $1.8 million in uncommitted Connect Free funds to throw away on their favorite developers. He has no authority to do that. He did it while you were in recess. They agreed to pay for county outdoor lighting, $1.1 million. They breached the agreement altogether. It's not just the GSC now, sir. It's the service level agreement losses that you're supposed to identify and rectify. And we don't even talk about that. I have written a scholarly article in the Alachua Chronicle that you probably saw. The real transfer is north of 30 million, not 15 million. Where you're 3 million short on IT, you're not getting paid full boat for.
Oh, I'm sorry. My eyes are very bad. I'm sorry.
Mine are too.
Your time is.
Mine are too. But sir, it's the SLA losses.
We understand, Mr. Connors. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But we need to make that bigger. I'm going to fail the eye chart.
I'll do this.
Yeah, okay. Just somebody hit me because I can't see it. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Martinez.
Thank you, Debbie Martinez. It would not surprise me if many of these political groups continue attending authority meetings trying to distract you from focusing on what really matters. In the Gainesville City Commission's rush to be leaders in producing the most renewable energy in the country, they killed the goose that laid the golden egg with fiscally irresponsible utility contracts. They maxed out GRU's credit card. There is no more money to pursue any more of their aspirational goals. I appreciate the directors of this authority willing to want to try to stop the financial bleeding of GRU. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, board members, Bobby Murmer, coordinator of the Alachua County Labor Coalition. First thing, I do want to apologize to Mr. Grundy for interrupting him. It was just a knee-jerk reaction. Sincerely apologize. I did not intend to disrupt your comment. Second, I want to reiterate that the ACLC and many other groups that have asked the City Commission to put this on the ballot in November, the referendum over GRU governance, we had asked the legislature in 2023 to allow all GRU customers to vote on this. And Chuck Clemens said no. We are not trying to pull one over on customers who live in unincorporated Alachua County. Lastly, I want to state plainly for the record and for anybody who might be watching what the board just did. This authority just voted to try to take away voting rights of residents of the city of Gainesville. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bob Juning. Your marching orders from JLAC and from the Tallahassee is to try to save GRU financially, fiscally. What's been done before you is idiocy, and you, Mr. Chair, your numbers prove it. They show they were running it off the cliff. Giving it back to them, or somehow them getting it back, would be sheer lunacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, Armando Grundy Gomez. I want to know, like, whenever we as residents, citizens, neighbors, ratepayers, whatever folks want to use, whatever algorithm they want to call us today or tomorrow, there is one thing that we have in Sunshine, not only Sunshine Law, but when people are doing public records requests, it's actually a serious thing. And so I would ask you, Mr. Chair, to your attorney, if Mr. Cunningham or if the leadership team is getting public records requests and those are just going into file 13 or not being answered, that's a concern. I don't know that that's true. It is a question, but it's a concern. It wouldn't be the first time that a government entity has done that. And we can have plenty of examples of that. But I want to go back to something that I want to talk about when I had some questions. And I remember the look that I got from the general manager at that time. And there were several questions when you look at the budget when we were talking about the integrated resource plan, AKA the IRP. And I had several questions. And it was almost a look of, why are you asking these questions? And how do you know these questions? Well, read budgets all the time. Look at them. And in spite of what some people say, not all people that look like me are dumb. And that is the look that you get from some people sometimes. I remember Nathan Scott did that once. Why do you know that? It's a simple of understanding and reading. Taking what Mr. Walter's saying, what he said during the presentation, and comparing. Just like if it was the COO or whoever. Looking at what is being presented. Looking at profit and loss statements. The other thing, Mr. Chair, I heard, I don't know if I heard you say it correctly. Did you say there were no audited financials earlier? And I took note of that in your presentation when you were talking about CapEx. Did you say that there were no audited financials coming for GRU in 2023? You can answer that later. You don't have to answer it now. Yeah. I think we definitely need to have a look at audited financials whenever we're looking at anything for this budget. We need to look at every department when we're looking at the budget. Whether or not the executive leadership team is top-heavy, if this department who is being staffed by, your phenotype does not make you qualify for a position. We need to have the best of the best in what we're doing. And that's regardless of either shade of who you are. And I think largely, many times, we see people being put in places that, why are they there? Who makes them qualified? For an example, we keep telling we have duplication of services. We had Cheryl McBride was a duplication of service, but we never hear about why we have 2 fire departments and some of their fire stations are, those are duplications of services. So I think when you're going throughout, looking throughout this budget, I think we need to go through and really comb through it with a fine-tooth comb. And I guess you don't have much time to do that because time is ticking. So whoever's the timekeeper back here, thank you. At least we have one back here. I think that was Susan Botch.
Before you start, Angela, I would say that I was talking about, no, go ahead, go ahead. I was talking about the fact that I only looked at the operating expenses through the audited statements through 2023. We're still in fiscal year 24, and we're looking at 25, so there wasn't anything to look at. So all I was saying was that I looked at audited financials. Gotcha. I'm sorry, Angela.
It's okay. Angela Castile. So what I want to say is that back 4 years ago, my family had been homeless, and we were placed in an apartment by SSVF. And at that point, we were able to start rebuilding our lives. And then in 2022, in the summer of 2022, it became so hot that my neighbors were struggling to pay their bills. My neighbor downstairs, she's elderly. She was literally leaving her door open because her bill was over $500, her and her son. So yes, I looked for ways to try and see what could be done. Yes, I tried to go and I went and asked for help with the legislative delegation members. And I don't think any of these groups have come out to any of our places. And I encourage you guys to go and talk to the ratepayers outside the city. I encourage you to, because they multiple times have discussed with me, but I live in that community. I know them. Thank you.
I was just... Gentlemen, thank you very much for your hard work, and I'm really glad to see, Ed, that you're on this group. I know Mr. Carter's been a solid voice and in the past. Tom Canilio, Center of Sustainable Agroforestry. I want to remind everyone where we live. And it's the city of Gainesville that owes much of its existence to the University of Florida. The University of Florida is a land grant institution, the only land grant institution of the state of Florida. Why is that? Because we have the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences here. It's our ag school. And we are apparently in the top 10, maybe it's the top 20. I'd be very proud to say I went to a school that's in the top 20 in the country. I studied agriculture here after Peace Corps and realized that my mentors in the agronomy department were all studying, not all of them, were all studying, many of them studying energy crops. This was back in the 70s. So I just ask you folks to consider bringing, inviting a couple of people from IFAS, because I don't see anybody from IFAS on this board, to tell you what they have done over the last 20 or 30 years with millions and millions of dollars of private and public money to study what I call, and what Dr. Don Rockwood, who is retired forestry faculty, calls dedicated energy crops. The IRP was a disaster, as far as I'm concerned. And I would ask you to consider getting Eric Walter to start it up again, because I know the word biomass is a really bad word in this town. The word biomass was used once in his IRP. And yet, I really doubt that he's investigated, and that you've investigated, the potential for dedicated energy crops in our region, in our entire region. And the history, someone brought up history. The history of all this is really interesting. Dr. Rob Gilbert could be invited to tell you about, he's the IFAS president right now, about the history of our endeavors, as well as Dr. Matt
Matt Langholtz, who's now in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, directing the billion-ton biomass program of the Department of Energy. We're clueless here in this room
Oh, I've got to stop you here.
about dedicated energy crops.
Thank you.
Dr. Matt Langholtz, thank you.
Is anyone else ready? Okay, with that, I think we're finished general public comment. Next on the agenda is, nothing on the consent agenda, so I think we turn it over to Mr. Cunningham for some comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
What, I'm sorry.
Because Carter's big on, let's tell the truth if someone's saying something there.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little confused. I mean, I'm on board with Mr. Conish here, but he says that you're moving money around that the board doesn't know about. Is that, do you have anything to say on that? Is he wrong?
Yeah, it's not accurate. I mean, we have not moved any money around that.
So like the $1.8 million he was talking about, he misspoke or doesn't know what he's talking about?
I'm not sure I know. Does anybody know what that is a reference to? I don't know what that's in reference to.
Okay, maybe Mr. Conish could shoot me an email and I can
My
ask him next
understanding
time.
is.
Yeah, you can shoot an email to.
He was talking about it in terms of Connect Free.
Yeah, no, wait. Please sit down, Mr. Conish. There's a discussion of the board, and you can offer information at a later date.
The only
Thank you.
thing that I could think of is that it was in connection, when we were talking about the Connect Free program. So the previous board, we had a Connect Free program. We brought that to the previous board to ask to stop that going forward with the board. The board voted to stop that going forward. And so starting October 1st of 2024, the Connect Free program will no longer, we will no longer be collecting a surcharge on connection charges and providing that to the city for the Connect Free program. Okay. That was the action taken by the board.
All right.
To point, that's actually, that was a direct pass-through.
Okay.
So that was something that we collected for the city, no gain to the utility, but we took the black eye.
Yeah.
That's right.
Sort of like garbage. We take the black eye, but it has nothing to do with the utility.
I think part of the problem is we, as a board, haven't really got to discuss what we think or what we know or we don't know, right? We've had a couple little quick meetings, and we're not really, obviously behind closed doors, we can't say nothing, we shouldn't say nothing, but I have no clue what any one of these guys are thinking because of that. I have no clue where we want to move forward. Right. And it's kind of a little difficult when you start hearing things like this, and I'm like, well, what's everybody else's take on it? And I don't know.
You bring up a good point. When we started the first board, we had the same dilemma because, quite frankly, in that board, I was the only one that was actually a public official prior to that about meetings. And there was so much work to do, and here we go again, the budget. I would love that we had an open workshop, spend a few hours just chewing about what's on our mind.
We should, so we understand what we're thinking here, absolutely. Because I can't read minds, I'm not allowed to talk to you
and
guys
if you
outside
can.
here, So.
Well, I would fill one thing in, and I think part of what was being discussed was the whole issue of SLAs, which is service level agreements, which is this written or sometimes verbal agreement between GRU and the city in which there's in the past, there used to be auditing services, there's city clerk services, there's HR, there's a host of things. And one of the issues that came up, was that we had an IT service level agreement that we used to lose a lot of money on, and then I think Mr. Cunningham signed a deal that we lost a little less money on, but may not.
Losing money.
We still lose money on that deal. And then there's always, there was an issue associated with the bond financing where the city, well, no, I think Mr. Cunningham actually deferred it, but there was some communication with the city and it cost the utility a couple of $1 million. So there were those issues. But I would say, being in that position, the SLAs don't come close to matching the level of the GFT overpayments. They just can't. There's not that much.
No, we saw the numbers. We know they can't.
So I really appreciate you stepping up and saying, hey, what is this all about? Because that's what we all should be doing. And look, this is maybe a little informal and unstructured, and we're kind of back. But I like that. That's how good ideas get created. So with that, I think you can have the floor now.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. To that point, I would strongly support we do a workshop very soon,
right,
and identifying priorities, seeing what different board, and you all can do in a workshop. We can all do that together. You can talk all you want. It's a public meeting. And we can identify what the priorities are, what things we want to focus on, identify the questions to be answered. So we can schedule that and get that very soon, and it'd be really like a strategic planning meeting where we're trying to get the priorities of the board. I think that would be a tremendous idea, because as you said, Member Haslam, like, sometimes you're meeting individually and you might have some ideas, but everybody has different ideas, and we're trying to move in the direction of the board, not in terms of individuals. And so bringing the board together and aligning on what that is, I think is critical for us to be successful going forward. To your point, there are a number of different agreements we have. With the previous board, we went through and summarized what all those are. We had recommendations on some of them to change how they go forward, some of them to remain for next year. That is in the packet of information that we provided. I know it's a lot of information, but we provided those summary of what all those are. It's not in that one. It's in that transition.
One of the ones is about this big, though, right?
Correct.
There's
It's
at least
the
4 of them?
Correct. It's the transition packet. It has a table of contents, and it has that in there. But again, if we can do a workshop, we can identify what the priorities are, and that could be something we key in on.
Sounds like we would need to.
And come back to. So if I get a general head nod from everybody, we'll look at trying to schedule that coming into maybe late June time period, and we can get together and do that.
Yeah, well, I would recommend that we get to the budget and the other things right now,
Right.
and then we'll talk about scheduling that, because you and I will sit down and work on the schedule, because I hear what the board is saying, and I'm making notes as we go along.
Very good. So let me a few comments just from an operational perspective. We had GRU had a circuit switcher trip on one of our substations. Some of you may have experienced part of it. It caused an outage that impacted actually about 15,000 customers immediately. And what our operators were able to do is very quickly, within 5 or 10 minutes, get the majority of those customers, all but about 2,600 customers, instantly back on by switching to different circuits. And then over the next 2 hours, we're able to restore power to all customers. So what we're doing now in that situation is looking at the regulatory compliance of reporting what occurred there, because we have NERC guidelines that we have to adhere to. So we're following up with that, and then we're doing a root cause analysis. And so I'll bring back a little summary at some point, or email to the board what happened there, because that was a pretty big event that impacted quite a few people.
Oh, could I interrupt you just for a second? And we used to have, this used to be a no acronym or acronym-free workplace. So when you say NERC, I mean, I think, some people might not know that you're not saying Nerf balls or something like that.
Right,
But that's the Reliability Council that governs every power plant that operates and power system in the country. So that's big time important. They can shut you down, and they can fine you until the cows come home.
Right.
So we take what they say incredibly seriously. So
Thank you. Yeah, no, thanks, Mr. Chair. And I think that's exactly what happens in this situation. We're just checking to make sure the backup systems work, that the things that occurred when that trip occurred are the things that were expected. And then we have to report on that from a compliance standpoint.
Are there fines associated with that? I'm not sure
I don't
there are.
believe there will be associated with this, but I mean, we're in that process right now.
Okay.
So the other thing I just wanted to touch on at the end, or toward the end of the last meeting, there were two kind of big topics that folks brought up from the board, and I wanted to give some background on those. And sorry, Member Haslam, it's more paper, but I provided a couple extra little handouts because we've been putting them together this week. So we didn't get them in the backup, but we'll have them in the minutes. One of them is a memo from PFM, which is our financial advisor. And the other one is just a kind of 2-slide summary of one of the questions. So the first one was a question I believe Director Lawson brought up at the last meeting, and that is, what are the risks associated with the referendum and potentially the referendum passing? And then what could be the cost associated with those risks, with the risk of that? And so we had our financial advisor write the memo that you have there. It's about a 10-page memo, but there's an executive summary at the beginning. And the executive summary again, I'm going to summarize a few pieces in there, but essentially says there is absolutely a risk if the referendum passes and the governance of the utility moves to under the city commission, the rating agencies will look at that negatively and potentially even at a risk of a downgrade for that change of governance once again occurring. If that happened and there was a downgrade, the remainder of the executive summary and really the rest of the document really tries to quantify what that looks like for the utility. And essentially what it looks like over the life of those loans is about a $28 million impact to the utility. So by having that downgrade over the life of those loans, it's about a $28 million impact. So wanted to provide that information. Obviously, it's a 10-page memo you all just received, so we can discuss it more in the future, but wanted to give you that information as we finalize that memo today.
So let me be clear. You talk to Public Financial Management, which is the acronym PFM means Public Financial Management. But that's okay, because I think they used to be known as that, and now they use the acronym, kind of like used to be Gainesville Regional Utilities.
Yep.
Now it's GRU or
Gotcha.
vice
Yep.
versa. So they are a retained financial advisor. They're advisors to the stars of the municipal power business. Chris Lover is the managing director, and they advise on virtually all the financings that GRU undertakes. They are probably the best in the business. So you're saying that they're indicating that if the referendum were to pass and there would be a change in ownership, or not ownership, but in governance, that you'd be looking at $28 million of additional costs based on their expert advice over the GRU's future horizon.
So let me clarify, and again, we can read the language in the memo. Their stance was that it would likely be looked at as a negative outlook from rating agencies, and that that could lead to a downgrade. So they're not making a definitive statement that it would result in a downgrade to our rating, but that it could be looked at that way because of that change in governance. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Did that answer your question?
Exactly. Thank you so much.
Yep, thank you. So the next topic, I believe Chair Bilarski, you had brought up was, can't remember the exact language, but said, hey, we want to make sure you bring a budget that gets us under that 10 times leverage ratio that Fitch referenced in their oversight. And so what you have in front of you, this one pager, it's front and back, looks like a slide. But essentially what we did is looked at that. If you look at the back, we looked at the leverage ratio, what it would look like at the end of fiscal year 25. So what Fitch referenced was in 18 to 24 months, you need to have that leverage ratio below 10 times, and it's right around 12 times now. So the budget that we're proposing, and that's in front of you, and the debt reduction plan that we have in place, and what we're recommending going forward would actually result in that leverage ratio of 8.77. So it does meet what you asked about. The budget we're proposing will have a leverage ratio below 10 times. And so I think that's a positive thing and a good thing, and make sure that we're meeting that as part of that, that Fitch, the comments that they made regarding our ratings and budget.
But and to be clear, I mean, that's based on us approving rate increases on every one of GRU's systems.
Correct.
So that would be done based on the customers paying more money for GRU services so that they could retain a bond rating.
That, as along with all the other elements of the budget, the keeping on our debt reduction plan, meeting our level of service, meeting our infrastructure replacement needs.
Correct.
So all of those things would be accomplished. That is correct.
Correct. Okay. Very good.
Chair, so I also noticed that the GFT is in there at the 15 million. So if that was reduced, then that would bring that number down even greater, correct?
That is correct. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, so
are you done with your comments?
have just one more sort of comment as we move forward. So we have two main things on the agenda. Moving forward, business items. One is a bond resolution, and the other one is the budget. So we've talked a lot about the budget already. We're not quite there yet. But I wanted to let you know, we have several staff members here that are key. When you think about the budget and producing a budget of the utility, and Chair Volarski, you know this very well, it takes a lot of folks within the utility are part of building that budget. And in fact, they start building that budget back in November for the budget that you all are seeing today. And so our staff goes through and identifies those needs, identifies the infrastructure needs, the service level needs, looking forward, and then we start to put that information into our financial model, and we end up kind of where we are here tonight. And so we have several staff here that are representing the rest of the GRU staff and what we are producing with the budget, and just wanted to make sure they're here so that we can have a robust conversation and have multiple perspectives as we walk through the budget. So just wanted to put that out there. And so, yeah, with that, we can move forward to the next item. We do have one comment from.
Apologies. I wanted to address the 2023 audited financial statements.
Yes.
Those were completed on February 27th. They were emailed to the board at that time on February 29th. They were scheduled to go to the board on March 17th. The board didn't have that meeting because of a quorum, and then the board subsequently resigned. They were posted on our on our website right around the same time that they were given to the board. Typically, they are provided to the board, but given the disruption, they were not, but you did receive them via email. Those of you that were here, I can forward them to you, or you can take a look at the website as well. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Or you could be like me and you check the website, like every week to see how, budget, finance, and accounting is doing.
And those are always posted on the website.
They are.
Yep.
Yes, and I have to say, they're much easier to navigate than the city in trying to find the financial information. So, congratulations on, making that very streamlined and easy to manage.
Thanks, Claudia.
So I think we move over to the attorney's comments, if we haven't picked on her enough today.
Happy to be picked on, Mr. Chair. It was asked in general public comment, and I do want to make clear, since we're addressing all of the statements, my office has no information, has never had any information regarding any public records requests going ignored. That's something that we take very seriously. I know that's something Mr. Need's office takes very seriously, and I just want to make clear that we have absolutely no information that is the case, and would act on that if we did. The other issue that I wanted to talk about, I've gotten a lot of questions about the titles of director versus member. The question has been asked, do we need to make a motion? How do we sort of want to do this? My recommendation would be that if it is the desire of the board that you all be referred to as directors during the meeting, I think that that's perfectly fine. I would recommend that because of the language in the bill that we keep our agendas and our formal documents saying member, because that's the language that is used in the bill. But if the desire is for you all to be called directors, then that's perfectly fine.
I'm not going to make a point of personal privilege here. Just call us directors. It's simple. Let's, what are we going to do? Go to jail because we breached House Bill 1645 and we're not saying members on the agenda? Stop. Let's be reasonable. We're all directors. Let's put it on the agenda, and let's make it so. Thank you.
That's all for me.
Okay.
And the remote.
Oh.
I'm going to pass it over.
The next
the bottom
agenda.
fella.
Oh, go ahead.
No, that's okay. I'm whispering to Chair Carter to get the remote over to the staff. Oh, the professionals. See, that's the other thing. We're not staff any longer. We have professionals that work for us. So the professionals seated at the table to talk to us about our budget.
The next agenda item is resolution. For the short title, it is resolution number 2024-440. Resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $45 million of the utility system revenue bonds, 2024 Series A, for the purpose of refunding the outstanding utility system revenue bonds, 2014 Series A. Now I will read the full title into the record. Afterwards, we will call for a roll call vote. A resolution of the Gainesville Regional Utilities Authority, a unit of city government of the City of Gainesville, Florida, authorizing on behalf of the City of Gainesville, Florida, pursuant to the power and authority of the authority set forth in the city charter, the issuance, sale, execution, and delivery of the City of Gainesville, Florida Utility Systems Revenue Bond 2024 Series A in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $45 million in order to currently refund the city's outstanding utility systems revenue bond 2014 Series A and pay costs of issuance, providing for certain terms of the 2024 Series A bonds, approving the negotiated sale of the 2024 Series A bonds, and delegating the authority to determine certain matters in connection therewith on behalf of the city pursuant to the power and authority of the authority set forth in the city charter. Authorizing the authentication and delivery of the 2024 Series A bonds, authorizing the termination or amendment of a certain interest rate swap, and delegating the authority to determine certain matters in connection therewith. Authorizing officials and employees of the city and the authority to take all other actions deemed necessary or advisable in connection with the issuance, sale, and delivery of the 2024 Series A bonds. Authorizing the judicial validation of the 2024 Series A bonds, providing for certain matters related to the rates, fees, assessments, and charges for the sale and use of services provided through the utility system of the city operated as Gainesville Regional Utilities, amending the master bond resolution to reflect certain amendments to the city charter, providing certain other matters in connection therewith, and providing an effective date. That is the full title, and we will now do a roll call vote.
Well, we have to make a motion.
Oh, so sorry.
No problem, but question, Mr. Chair?
Sure.
To the attorney, we are replacing a resolution. Do we need to identify the other resolution, or are we going to have sister resolutions here?
It's addressed in the resolution before you.
Is it? Okay. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we adopt Resolution 2024-440 as stated.
I will second.
We have a second on the motion. Do we have public comment? Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Jim Conish, there's been about 10 bond validations in the history of the state of Florida. The privilege fee case here in Alachua County in the 90s was one of those cases. It took 2 years. Citizens United is going to be all over this. The Judge Dempsey beatdown of Nee's challenge to the validity of 1645 was the bond validation proceeding, but Nee, Holland and Knight, and Barclays Bank are pushing this bond validation while the city is creating a constitutional crisis. I would ask you to ask your attorney her opinion about the authority initiating the bond validation proceeding. Hutch can initiate this proceeding. The city of Gainesville can initiate this proceeding. Why are ratepayers questioning the authority of this authority to issue debt? Judge Dempsey validated 1645. The city did not appeal. That is the law of the case. Bond validation proceedings is taking public money and building a private stadium, imposing a privilege fee, which was a retroactive imposition of a franchise fee, which was dead on arrival. There's nothing invalid about this authority. Judge Dempsey has confirmed that. There's nuisance suits that challenges people residency that have been settled. So this is just another attack on the authority, and this is the real big problem. Judge Dempsey ruled that only the authority has standing to question the constitutionality of 1645. Well, when you do this, You're opening that issue, which you're going to win, but you're going to create an enormous amount of litigation. It's going to take a lot of money, and it's going to create more doubt than it resolves. Have the city file and pay for the bond validation proceeding, and then just have your attorney intervene in that and represent your interests. This is, again, another knee, Holland and Knight attack on the very existence of this authority. Because if they say you can't issue debt, where are we? Where are we? Well, we have to give it back to the city commission. It's a trap. Thank you.
Thank you. So,
Mr. Chair, I wanted to ask a different question, Armando Grundy Gomez. Regarding the Series A bond, I remember we're talking about 2014, but I want to fast forward a different year, and I know that's not what was read into it, but it is germane to the overall topic of bonds. I remember a variable rate bond that you had to do when you were in your time as general manager, and it was a C-rated bond that when it was under the city commission. Is it probably not a bad idea, since at that time we had a structural budget deficiency at that time, to maybe go out and review the bonds? And I don't know if that would be an appropriate question, Mr. Chair, to whom that might be go to. Would that be the CFO, Mr. Bentner, or whoever?
yeah, I will tell you, Mr. Grundy, that's a little bit off topic based on what we're talking about. But and I appreciate what you're saying. It wasn't a class. I mean, it wasn't rated C. They called it Class C. But I will tell you that's part of what public financial management does, is actually they're looking at that on a regular basis. We have them on retainer, and they look at those types of opportunities when market conditions hit. They've taken the opportunity to convert a lot of that variable rate over to a lower fixed rate that saved us millions of dollars. You know, that's what budget, finance, and accounting does for GRU. World-class part of the organization. So there's a comfort level that I have with the group here at GRU, particularly for what you're saying right now.
And because of that, I'll sit down, so I'll ask that later and some other
Sure.
things. So I wasn't purposely trying to be off of that, but
No.
concerned about the overall issues of bonds. But to your point, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I would ask before we did this, just to give a thumbnail to the board. I mean, they heard a lot of really official kind of stuff, refunding bonds and, that type of thing. Is, number one, did we save money by doing it? Yes. How much?
We project that by refunding the 2014 Series A bonds, entering into an interest rate swap, and then issuing variable rate debt to take out the fixed rate debt, that over the life of this particular issue, we'll save approximately $13 million. That's after factoring in remarketing costs and liquidity facility costs.
And that's also the fees that we got charged by brokers and things like that. Okay, so this is about saving $13 million, for the organization and refunding some debt, which we do on a regular basis. We have a portfolio of debt liability that we roll over and roll over. At the same time, we're trying to defease that debt to get us to a better state. So does anyone else have any more questions of them before we call for a vote?
It'll be a roll call.
Okay, we're fine. Roll call vote?
Director Lawson, will you vote?
Yes.
Director Carter?
Yes.
Director Skinner?
Yes.
Vice Chair Haslam?
Yes.
Chair Valorski?
Yes.
Motion passes with all in favor, none saying nay.
Great, thank you. Next on the agenda? Is it that budget issue?
Thought you already handled that.
Yeah. So, go ahead. This is your budget that you're presenting to us, Tony.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, thank you, and board. We received the presentation that the chair gave at the beginning. We received shortly before the meeting, so we'll do the best we can to answer, maybe respond to or answer or incorporate that into the presentation as we go through it. But we have a budget presentation that we want to bring forward. So if we can bring that up, and I'll start at the beginning, and then Mr. Benton will provide the lion's share.
Oh, yeah, and Mr. Cunningham, I mean, that was meant for, the board to get in a mode and to get an understanding of, I thought it would be helpful for them to take that into account.
Absolutely, and like what I'm addressing is bring clarity to some of those,
Sure.
those things that were raised. So, someone bringing up
Here we go.
Okay, you can start right there. So, we kind of have been talking about the budget quite a bit. So what we are doing tonight is really bringing a budget that balances several different things. We talk a lot about the debt of GRU because we have very large debt, we're highly leveraged. We talk a lot about aging infrastructure, about capacity, about where are we headed as a utility. A lot of times we take for granted, but in a good way, the level of service that we have at the utility. So what we try to do with this budget and what we're bringing to you is balancing all of those pieces. If you start to ignore one of those pieces, then it's to the detriment to that piece. It might be a benefit to another. And so we're bringing a budget that tries to balance all those. So from a customer and customer service standpoint, we're trying to maintain the level of service, safe, reliable, essential utilities that we provide. At the same time, and I think with the previous board and as we transitioned with the new law, is trying to really focus on stabilizing electric rates. So our electric rates are higher than most other utilities that we compare to. And so we're trying to slow down and stabilize those rates over time, and also reducing the overall bill. And so one of the things that you'll see in this presentation today is we're bringing forward a budget and a bill. A customer's bill in October of this year will be about $15 less than a customer's bill in October of last year. Now, that's primarily due to the fuel levelization fund and the fuel adjustment coming down, but that's what we're bringing forward is that lower bill. But we also are not ignoring our infrastructure. So we have over $3 billion worth of infrastructure that includes plants and pipes and wires that all extend throughout and to each and everybody's home and businesses. That infrastructure is the infrastructure that provides those service. It's also the infrastructure that generates the revenue for the utility as a business. And so we have to maintain that infrastructure, and we're bringing forward a budget to do that. And to the chair's, one of his slides, the cost of maintaining that infrastructure has gone up through the pandemic and through inflationary increases. And so we'll address that a little bit. In addition, we have capacity needs. There was reference to the wastewater treatment plant that is downtown and South Main Street that has reached capacity. It trips regulatory thresholds when that happens, and we have to address and plan for and construct those improvements. So there are capacity issues we will be addressing. The last part, and really the part I think the board, one of the reasons, as we've stated, the board is here, is really looking at the utility as a business long-term, and where can we get to a more financially stable place over the course of time. And so we're bringing a budget and a longer range plan. Instead of just thinking about next year and what are we doing next year, how do we look at the utility over a 10-year period? And so there's several ways that we're doing that in the budget. It's the debt reduction plan. It's being really straightforward and transparent about rates going forward. And as expenses increase and inflationary costs increase, how we accommodate that, and then how we address that with the needs we have, and then, like I said, the debt. And so the budget is trying to balance all of those different aspects to a healthy, prosperous GRU and for our customers going forward. And so the end game of all of this, when we say approve a budget, what the big picture is, we're establishing, we have an X number of revenue coming in. Where is that revenue going to expense-wise? What are the rates and fees needed to generate that revenue? What is the GFT or GSC? What is that going to be set at as part of our expense that we're paying to the city? And so we're looking tonight for really either head nods of this is looking good, or we really want you all to address this particular situation, bring back more information in an acute area of the budget. We're not looking for a vote tonight. We're not asking for a vote tonight. This is the first time you're seeing the budget, but it would be extremely helpful to get any details or any priorities coming out of it. The constraint we do have, and it's none of your all's fault coming on the board at this time, is we have to submit a budget before July 1st. That is written in the law. And so that also backs up, we need to do resolution readings, 2 resolution readings as part of that submittal of the budget. So we do have a very short period of time to arrive at a budget that we can all agree to and establish for fiscal year 25. And just for clarity, when we say fiscal year 25, that starts October 1st and goes through September 30th of 2025. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, and Mark will get into more of the detail. And then, as I said, we may jump in to try to bring more information or light or clarity to some of the other issues that came up, but also want you all to jump in and ask questions or give direction as we walk through the budget.
And with that, I'd like to interrupt Mark, because I have a habit of doing that throughout my tenure. And I wanted to just say that, to me, the stabilizing, I've heard you say that on numerous occasions. To me, it's a marketing term. I know we've lost this affordable concept. I mean, I want to strive for affordable rates, and it may be a slight thing, but I think it's a big thing to our customers. We should be looking to optimize, or we should be looking to minimize electric rate increases. And this idea of stabilizing rates with increases over the next decade, it just is kind of an oxymoron to me. The other thing is, you mentioned 2 resolution readings. I think there's a discrepancy on that. I think we have someone saying 2, we have someone saying 1. All I can tell you is that if there's not the full-fledged budget that's ready for Ms. Rasnick and her team to enter into her software programs by July 1st, we're not going to go into to budget jail. We can get an approved, we can actually get approval after the fact, after you submit what the budget is. There's a lot of ways around it, rather than putting pressure on the board to make decisions that they're not ready to at this point. So I just want to make the point to the board that we have a little bit more latitude than, we make the rules.
Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, can I address that with
Yes.
the board? Yeah, so to your point, what the law is explicit about is we submit a budget by July 1st. And so there's not a lot of other words around it besides submit. So I do think we do have some latitude with that. What we have looked to the attorney for is, hey, what are the steps to that? I think there's probably latitude, and maybe the attorney can weigh in, that we can submit the budget and potentially do those resolution readings after July 1st, as long as we submit, you all approve a budget that we're submitting, we submit it to the city, and then we do those 2 resolution readings. So there may be room to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want undue pressure, but what we were trying to do is back up all of those steps to get there, but we can be flexible. I mentioned to you earlier today, not everybody's excited about this, but if we needed to add a June 5th meeting, we could also add meetings. The board can add a meeting, and we can have additional discussions around the budget as well. So,
Thank you.
That's good, and I think that's a good place to start.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Mark. Mr. Benson, I'm sorry.
I'm sure it won't be the last time, Mr. Chair. This is an overview of GRU's budget process. In the middle, in the dark blue, this is how we go about determining what we call our revenue requirement. In essence, what it really indicates is, what is the projected expense for the budget for the year? You've got the department submittals for the O&M, labor and non-labor. Capital costs roll through the capital improvement plan and the projected debt service to cover that cost. When you add in GFT and UPIF, which you spoke to for a moment there, Mr. Chair, that makes up that revenue requirement. That is the expense number that we estimate that we've got to cover through our revenue generation. In the red is our rates and forecasting group does a forecast of number of customers and sales volume at our existing rates. And so what that does is translates into a projection of the revenue that we can generate at the existing rates. We compare that revenue at the existing rates to the revenue requirement. If there's a difference, that informs us as to what we might have to do with the base rates to move them up or down. On the right-hand side in the green is fuels. Fuels is a pass-through. We'll talk about that a few times tonight. But changes in fuel price can affect our levelization balance, which means we have to move our fuel adjustment. That impacts the customer bill. So at the bottom in the light blue, you see the two primary components that impact the bill, potentially on the fuel side and on the base rate side.
I would add, Mr. Benton, that one thing that this board is probably not familiar with, you show the deep blue there, O&M, and you have labor and non-labor. Part of the labor of the organization, part of the payroll, goes to expenses, which is operation and maintenance. But there's another part that goes to capital. Well, we're unusual in that we capitalize payroll expenses for the organization. So folks that are managing the projects and doing things like that, they literally get their expenses capitalized. And in this budget, we're talking about $31 million of payroll that includes their benefits and, you know, the burden, and I think some overhead and those types of things. But it's a very unusual feature of the budget that you have to be aware of. Because in our normal business, when you pay payroll, it goes to expense. You know, here you get to capitalize it and maybe depreciate it over 30 years or whatever that number is. So that's why CapEx is so important, because part of it can be a time bomb. You know, you're putting your own folks that you normally would account for in an O&M budget into capital expenditures. So I just wanted to make that point so everyone has it in the back of their head.
So this is the GRU's flow of funds. This is mandated by our bond resolution, and essentially it dictates the sequence in which we spend the revenues that come into the system. The top there in the green, those are the revenues that we generate. The first thing we have to spend out of that is our O&M expense in the red, and that includes fuel. The difference between those two is net revenues. The use of net revenues, also the sequencing is dictated by the resolution. We first pay debt service, then we make the mandatory contribution to the utility plant improvement fund, like the chair mentioned earlier. That's a mandated contribution. It's a formula. It's based on 50% of the difference between prior year net revenue and senior lien debt service. It's our equity. It's our skin in the game. It's our cash that we put towards our capital improvement plans, and it's an extremely important element of what we do. Rating agencies, investors like to know that, you know, that we've got a, you know, commitment to that program. And then finally, you've got the government services contribution. In years in which the net revenues are greater than the use of net revenues, we'll make a deposit to the rate stabilization fund. In years in which the use of net revenues exceeds the net revenues, we'll make a withdrawal from that rate stabilization fund.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Benton, that the UPIF of $45 million in 2025, that we have CapEx of 142, that means we're borrowing the difference? Thumbnail?
Thumbnail, yeah. I mean, if you're looking at it from a thumbnail sketch, we have a capital improvement plan.
Right.
We have a dollar amount.
Right.
We have a piece that we are contributing through UPIF. We have pieces that we might have from some other cash sources, but primarily, yes, it's going to be the total less what we contribute through UPIF. We're going to bond.
So inherent within this budget is approximately $100 million of additional borrowing.
Yes, except what I would point out, the piece that you're not missing, but that you're not touching on.
Right.
So we had a $151 million bond issue that we did back in last summer. So that money, you know, a large piece of that money is funding what's in this year's capital budget. The next, maybe to get more to your point, the next projected debt issue that we've got is in 2026, and right now we're looking at about $85 million.
So what you're saying is that your bond issuances, and this is based on market conditions, you want to issue bonds when the rates are as low as they can. That's why PFM is so important to the organization. They will time the bond issuances. So you get the pot of money before you actually need it. And what you're saying is that you draw off of that over that period of time on specific projects?
Well, what we like to think is that not only we don't necessarily time the market. What we do is we design the bond issue to match what the market conditions are to maximize the efficiency. What drives the timing, as you know, what really drives the timing of the bond issue is more, where are you in your construction fund cycle? That $151 million that we just issued, how long do we believe that's going to last before we have to go out again? But you're right. We want to make sure that we don't want to borrow early, because we want to pay interest that we don't have to make, but we also don't want to wait until we're out of construction fund money and then we have to go into the market, because then we are forced with a little less flexibility maybe to enter a market that that's not at its peak.
It's a very sophisticated process, and I just want the board to be aware of that.
So, bottom end first, rates. We spent a little bit of time talking about them today, and that the bottom matrix there is the general manager's rate proposal for the 2025 budget. As you can see, if you go at the bottom of the matrix all the way to the left, electric increase of 1%, 2% in water, wastewater, and gas. The matrix also represents what we perceive as those rate structures going forward through the end of the forecast period. As you all know, we do 10-year forecasting periods. Electric is at 1% all the way across the board. And if you go all the way to the right, you can see what we project that will generate in terms of projected reserves versus the target reserves. It's about $50 million excess. That's going to go to accelerate debt retirement and or pay more cash for those capital projects that we just talked about. Water starts at 2%, scales up to around 4% in 29-30, goes back down. A couple things I'd like to point out about the water. Number one, right now, our water rates are fairly competitive. If you look at our benchmarking, we're somewhere in the middle of our peers in terms of our water rates. Number two, in the water system, we were looking at some potentially expensive regulatory issues going forward, some more restrictive regulatory pieces. The other thing I want to point out is if you look at the top matrix is what this rate structure looked at the end of 24 for the 24 budget. You can see we don't have anything in water. We've got zeros all the way across. What that led to, if you follow that one all the way across, with no increases in the water system through 10 years at the end of 24, we had a $45 million shortfall in terms of reserves versus the target. You can see we brought that down where we're just meeting, where the projections are just meeting the targets under this revised rate structure. Wastewater, 2%, scales up to 3, goes back down to 2. It's right on top of the projections versus the target reserves. Wastewater, we've already talked about this. I'll mention it again. In addition to having some regulatory issues that they're trying to address, we've got significant capital investment, particularly in the Main Street plant. And then in gas, we have 2% across the board. That's going to generate incremental reserves over target. It's going to do two things: accelerate the retirement of debt in the gas system, and it's also going to potentially fund potential expansion of the gas system. And I'll defer to these gentlemen next to me. When I say expansion in the gas system, I don't want to necessarily link that to expansion into Newberry, because I don't know if that's part of the plan or not. I didn't think it was. That's why I wanted to turn to them.
Yeah, I mean, back when I was here, I mean, that's where the avenue proved to, that was the cement plant out there. We talked about that.
That's not part of the plan.
Okay. But I would ask you, though, you mentioned that the reserves, it's not the total amount of reserves that they're talking about being $10 million at the end of that period of time under the first matrix. It's being $10 million over the reserve level. And so when you go down to the bottom, when you have all the system increases, we're $88.5 million over the targeted reserves. $88.5 million. So the difference between the end of 2020 25 or 24 and 25 is a $78 million increase in the reserve levels.
It is, and 45 million of that is to address the deficit in water.
I understand.
We've got extra generation in the gas system.
Right.
As well, and I will tell you, it's also a relatively sensitive number. For instance, if you were to put zeros in the rate increases in 25, zero and all the way across the board, just in 25, leave the rest of them where they are.
Sure.
That would take out about $47 million of that incremental reserve.
Well, I'll tell you what's even more sensitive. The level of those numbers, to me, is being on the board. So it's.
We don't take it lightly. I just wanted to make sure that the board understood the level of sensitivity to moving those rates.
Right. And I'm sorry I'm directing some of my questions to you. I mean, you're the carrier. It is Mr. Cunningham's budget, so I should direct that. So I apologize.
Yeah.
I am sensitive to those rates, given the mandate of House Bill 1645.
Yep.
It doesn't, and it gets back to what I originally was talking about with the whole affordability. I mean, somebody that's out there looking at this has got to sit there and kind of go, holy cow, what are we talking about? GRU wants 78, or they want almost $89 million in reserves. What's the reserve level right now?
It's where we are.
Yeah, where we are generally right now.
It's around 80.
It's about 86 million.
86.
In all the reserves? I mean, you're talking about rates, Dave?
No, all the reserves.
Yeah.
Okay. So you'd be doubling your reserves over that period of time?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, can I address some of that?
Oh, absolutely.
So the budget we're bringing forward kind of go back to that balance. So one of the things I think, just as you're saying about affordability, absolutely, that's one part. And that's funny because I'm thinking of a thing you and I have talked about with a balloon, right?
Right.
So you have this balloon and you have this affordability. If you start pushing on that, it pops out somewhere else.
Right.
So another part, in addition to affordability, is also debt reduction. And so what you're seeing there, when you go over reserves, what happens with those funds, those are the funds that do the accelerated debt reduction. And so when we transitioned to the new board and the previous board, accelerating of the debt reduction was a priority of the board. If this board doesn't have that priority, then we can move in a different direction. But that is part of what's informing us going forward, is that accelerated debt reduction. We have the $1.8 billion in debt. We have a debt reduction plan to bring that down by about $500 million over the next 10 years. This is one of the mechanisms to fund that. We have reduction in the GFT, we have reduction in expenses that we planned over the 10-year period, and we have additional revenue generated from rates. And so all of those things are funding that debt reduction plan. So it really comes down back to the priority of the board of what takes precedent or what's a higher priority.
Oh, no, and I'm glad you're saying that because it is the priority of the board. But it just as Mr. Benton has suggested, if we put zeros in there, you'd get down to a difference of $45 million or whatever that number was. I mean, it goes to show you that debt reduction is being built on the backs of customers. It needs to be built on austerity. It needs to be built on efficiencies. I understand the ratepayers have to see a certain amount of increases, but it also has to come on, us recognizing a different profit level in this business. We are a business. So we've talked about profit, we've talked about net earnings, and that's what you end up with before you make the payments to your owners, your shareholders. And we're not in the position any longer, and we'll talk about that longer. Yeah. But I think it's really important when you put rates front and center to talk about it from the customer's perspective, and that's difficult to absorb.
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, I would agree with that. I do think it's a balance of all of those. So we are reducing expenses and becoming more efficient and reducing headcount. We also are looking at the rates as a form of that generation as well. So you're bound, and then we reduce the GFT, and we could, I think it's a healthy discussion for us to have, is there a different level than where we're at going forward? And so I think it is all of those things that get us there, not just one of them.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Whether one of the professionals or the GM can answer this question. In those reserves, is that also, you previously spoke about paying for more capital projects with cash. Is that also reflected in the reserves? Because when people are looking at their household budgets, typically that's where our reserves are going. They're going to replace our roof or things of that nature. So I just wanted to make that clear to the public and also the board, if that is included in that reserve.
Right.
That's what those monies would be used for.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members, or Director, so, the cash that comes to the table for capital projects, again, UPIF, Utility Plant Improvement Fund, is bringing cash. Anything above the reserve levels could be used to fund future capital as well as debt defeasance. It's either going to either one of those. It's either paying down debt or it's avoiding future debt.
Thank you.
Well, let me make a clarification on that. In this budget, there's somewhere in the order of $1 billion that's being borrowed or paid and still end up with $89 million in a reserve. Am I saying that incorrectly? In other words, during this period of time from 25 to 34, in your plan, there's about $1 billion in CapEx. The part will come from UPIF, the other part from borrowing, and you still have 89 million left.
So when we say we have 89 million left, this is projecting that increase over the reserve targets. But that increase is what will be part of the funding of those capital projects or the debt defeasance. And that helps accelerate that plan. So we're on the plan of pulling that down. And we have a slide later to kind of work toward that.
Yeah, but no, now I don't understand because how can you show this as a reserve and at the same time show the CapEx coming?
So I guess what I'm saying is this will help accelerate that debt reduction plan. Any reserves over target will help accelerate that debt reduction plan.
Well, when you get to that point, I'd like to grapple with that a little bit, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, one more point, I'm sorry. So the last thing I'll say is, look, we were on a plan before. What we wanted to make sure we did in this plan is look more long range. So, we want to look, don't just look over the next couple of years. Let's look at the whole window and where we are going to be 10 years from now as a utility. We wanted to pull down the impacts of those rates. So lowering the 3% electric down to 1% is part of that. I know stabilizing or making it more affordable, whatever the words are, to do that. But then also to see, are there ways to accelerate that debt reduction plan over time? And so we're trying to accomplish several things through that. There's different ways to do this. This is the recommendation, but we could look at that in a different manner. And so we did reduce the impact to customers in the early years, spreading that out over a longer period of time.
Right. I mean, another example would be if we reduced the GFT even further, that money didn't go out, that went for debt reduction, and you could actually provide relief for customers.
Correct. So with the previous board, and some of this is in the backup, but we looked at, if you reduce GFT by half or more, whatever the number is, you could put that towards debt relief, you could put that towards rate relief, you could break it between the two. I mean, there's a whole, continuum of options you can do.
Thank you. I think you're back on, Mark.
So in summary, the proposed base rate structure acknowledges two things. Number one, that we recognize and acknowledge that we're going to have cost and increases in the cost of doing business with GRU over the next decade. It also addresses some specific things, such as projected increases in capital spending to support and maintain the infrastructure, and costs associated with more restrictive regulatory issues. When contrasted with the rate structure that we have for 24, we think it represents a more fundamentally, sound long-term plan. It exchanges lower base rate increases in the electric and wastewater system in exchange for increases that go past 27. Right now in electric and wastewater, those increases stop in 2027 at 3 and 5%. It also adds in increases in the water system to address that hole in the reserves versus the target. And like I said, it adds a gas increase to accelerate debt retirement and fund system expansion. In addition to the base rates, we're proposing changes in the charges that we assess for additional programs and services. Connection charges, those are, we charge new developments with the cost of providing additional capacity as well as connecting new customers. In the 25 budget, the proposal is that we increase those fees by 2.29%. That's consistent with the increase in the construction cost index. In rental lighting, we offer optional public and rental lighting programs. This will be the third year in a 3-year program to better align the rates the fees that we're charging for those services with the costs that we incur in providing them. And then finally, in the advanced metering infrastructure, we recognize as we transition into this program that we have customers who are not interested in participating. And so what we've developed is an opt-out number. It's not, I don't believe we anticipate that this is a large number of customers.
Yes, based on the amount of customers, we're about halfway through the AMI implementation. And based on the number of folks that have come to us with the desire to opt out, we're thinking somewhere in the $100 to $125 range. And so what we did is looked at what it would take to service those customers with a meter route with the non-standard meter temporarily, and divide those costs up. That's how we came up with the 38, and then compared those in kind of reasonableness to the industry. And we're in line with that, and the $85 is essentially a setup fee to handle them differently in the billing system. And so we brought that to the board. It was the last meeting for approval.
Okay, so based on the proposed 1% electric, 2% water, wastewater, and gas increases, this is what it will cost a residential customer who consumes the standard level of these 4 services. And by standard level, that means electric, 1,000 kilowatt hours, water and wastewater, 7 kgals, and gas, 25 therms. And what the increase associated with those base rate changes will be $3.40 a month, and 99 cents of that is in the electric system. And I think, as the general manager mentioned earlier, we also looked back for that same customer who has those same consumption levels under these proposals after factoring these rate increases in. What will that customer be paying in October 24 when these rates become effective versus what they're paying in October 23? And they'll be paying approximately $15.35 a month less. And that is, the driver behind that is a change in fuel. We're not taking credit for how fuel prices go, but it's just a fact. This is, if you consume that level of our services, that's the difference in what you'll pay and what you're paying a year ago.
Well, I think the slide's apropos in that folks don't necessarily realize how important fuel is to the equation. It takes a lot of fuel to run centralized power systems like this. So it can have a pretty big impact. The only thing I'd suggest in the future is let's not leave out the idea of commercial rates, because I hear the argument all the time. Well, we're not the most expensive. Well, yeah, that's true on a residential basis, but if you combine residential and commercial, yes, we are the most expensive, and that was something that occurred. Again, I'll put those slides up again, but no, I'm just joking. If you go back and you look at how that changed, I mean, it used to be that commercial rates were lower because they were bigger consumers, and so there was the economy of scale. We had the inverted structure with residential, and that changed back in the late 2000s, where all of a sudden the commercial rates rose. And that has a direct impact on the development within the city. I mean, I know folks that have businesses that have, moved out of town. Back in the day, I mean, this is public record, we talked with Exactech. It was like they could have moved to Sarasota, and God bless David Petty. He loves Gainesville, stayed in town, but he still had operations, in Sarasota. So we have people that won't come to town, because of that, and won't come to our territory, and it affects GRU. So let's not forget commercial rates here and not focus always on residential.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, if I can add to that. So we recently completed a cost of service study, and we were kind of happened all in the transition between the boards. And so in July, we really want to bring that back to the board, and that helps differentiate, what the cost of service is by different rate classes. And so you can look at commercial versus residential and general demand and all the different rate classes. And so that is something we want to bring back to the board and kind of show what's there, and that could really then influence fiscal year 26 budget and rate making. The other thing I do want, just for clarity, because I know you're well aware, when we say a 1% rate increase, that is in all those classes. So it'd be a 1% for residential, a 1% for commercial, general non-demand, so it means across the board, and we just want to make sure we're all clear on that.
No, it's a good point.
We talked, a little bit about top level stuff and a little bit more detail here. This is a budget-to-budget comparison. Mr. Chair, as you know, when we put together budgets, the operating departments bring forth 2 years. So like last year, they would have brought a 24 budget and a 25 plan. What this slide shows is the differences between what the 24 approved budget was, the 25 plan was in the middle, 25 proposed budget. When we start that process out, when we began the 25 budget, the starting point was that 25 plan that was put together a year ago. Went to the general manager, he pushed it back so that wasn't acceptable. We need to go back and make cuts. The takeaway on the O&M non-labor is the 25 budget is about a little less than $8 million less than the 25 plan from a year ago, and it's about $1.8 million less than the 24 approved budget.
In the future, it would really be nice to have actual on there, because, I mean, if not for the presentation I had put up there, we'd be looking at this going, oh yeah, it's down $20 million. But if you compare it to reality, it's incredibly higher than it was in 2022, 2023. It's moving upward in a manner that we haven't seen at GRU in a decade. So, I don't believe there's any intent to obfuscate with any of this. It's just the information that's available, but actuals are imperative. And I would add at the bottom of that previous one, I mean, you start talking about authorized FTEs. That's why I asked the board that, you need to look at headcounts. You go from 928 down to 903. I don't know how many of those folks, are you cutting a position that's not filled?
Yes, so all of those positions are authorized FTEs that we're just removing off the books so that, we're reducing the headcount, but we're reducing the number of positions, but there aren't people in those positions. But I do want to clarify your comment on the headcount thing.
Right.
So right now, we do have significant number of temporary employees. It's associated with the AMI project. So we went through an analysis to determine, we had a consultant come in to do all of the meter replacements, and the price of that was more than we were willing to absorb. And so we turned around and figured out a plan between existing staff and temporary staff to put in those AMI meters. So you're seeing a little blip in the number of temporary employees because of the AMI implementation, which by the end of fiscal year 25, you'll see that go away. And I don't know, Brett is our chief operating officer. He may have a little more detail on that.
No, it's exactly what you said. I mean, so the other part of the temporary staffing is we do have employees that are student interns. So those are an important part of our success. But it's what Tony said is we realize that for us to be able to do that internally, to staff up temporarily to implement the AMI was our best foot forward financially. It's similar in conversation with regard to what you were mentioning earlier, Mr. Chair, with regard to our CapEx. So we do have the unique opportunity where we get tremendous benefit of being able to deliver capital projects internally. And so when we see the market out there contractually, and you can see that in some of our costs, where we don't have the choice but to deliver projects externally, is we do have the ability to buffer that by using internal resources to deliver capital projects that has absolutely benefited our finances. AMI is just a really good example where we're bringing in temporary staff to do that. We also do that with existing staff, and we do benefit from that capitalization long-term.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so this slide is we're moving in the flow of funds. We looked at the graphical depiction before. This is some of the actual numbers for 25 that are attached to the budget. This is the combined systems. The 5 slides behind this are the individual, electric, water, wastewater, gas, and GRUCOM. I plan to spend just a minute or two going through some of the major categories here, but then I'm going to move through the individual systems unless y'all just have questions you want to ask about it. But
The only thing I'd say is whenever you see, for the board here, the rate stabilization to in brackets and then from, I mean, that basically is profit. So, right, the combined systems in 2025, it shows $16.9 million. That means it's producing the profit. And so if you go down the electric system, the water system, you'll see that rate stabilization to from. And so you can see in the electric system, they made $12 million. And rate stay in the water system, they lost $500,000. And so that's the bottom line for me when I look at that stuff.
No, you're absolutely correct. It goes back to what I was telling you before when we were going through the graphic piece of the flow of funds. In the years in which the net revenues exceed the use of net revenues, we're going to make a deposit to the rate stabilization fund. And
right.
I guess nobody really wanted us to see that in detail.
Yeah.
It's gone into slide sorter.
Slide heaven. I would tell the folks, I mean, if you get down to GRUCOM flow of funds, I mean, that's the one that has gotten some attention within the board, the last board, and certainly was in my, or is in my attention. GRUCOM lost almost $6 million in the 24 budget and is looking to lose another $5 million this coming year. So that's a draw.
I was going to address that.
Okay, you go. I'm sorry. It's your presentation. Go ahead.
Start up on the revenue side with sales, about $307 million. It's about 68% of the total revenues. Obviously, the big categories in there are sales, both residential and non-residential. But we also have wholesale water sales to UF in there, the transmission revenues, the city of Alachua, the manufactured gas plant recovery factor for the work that was done at Depot. And then in GRUCOM, you've got the telecommunication revenues as well as the tower leases. Fuel adjustment and purchase gas adjustment, we talked about that before. They're straight pass-throughs. You'll see corresponding numbers on the expense side. It makes up about 21% of the budget. Utility surcharge, we levy a surcharge on customers that are outside the corporate limits. In the electric and the gas systems at 10%, and water and wastewater is 25%. At $12.8 million, that's a little less than 5% of the 5% of the budget. The connection charges we talked about before, $3 million. As the director pointed out, we have a $16 million deposit into the rate stabilization fund, which represents profit in 25. Other electric sales are $22 million. The biggest single component of that is our SEC, South Energy Center, sales to the UF Health Center South Campus. It's a combined heating and power plant, gives electricity, chilled water, steam, heating hot water, and the storage and distribution of medical gases. That's about $17.5 million of that $22 million.
It's interesting, the board's probably not aware of the South Energy Center. It's down off 13th Street. On the other side, was it the Children's Hospital? Is that?
Cancer Center.
It's on the cancer side.
The cancer
In
side.
the parking garage.
Right.
Combined cycle.
There you go.
Some of the board might be aware. You want me to pull a contract out of my
Yeah,
briefcase?
yeah, there you go. There you go. I was talking
Tried to get
other-
North Florida on that program, just so you know.
I was trying to give the board a little flavor. But it goes to, when people say that we don't serve UF, we do through South Energy Center. And it's really important to understand that that's a very good contract for us. And I think it operates at, an efficiency that, or reliability that's like, I think Eric would be able to have, it's like 99.99999% reliability because it's got redundancy in it. So it's a very good system for us in University of Florida. We don't serve them on campus, but we still serve them. Go ahead, you want to say something, Director?
I just looking at 328 slides and just going to call my wife, tell her to make breakfast.
Oh, no, it's not going to be three.
If it makes you feel any better, I'm only covering 30 slides.
He's only doing the first.
Oh, you just made my day.
Yeah.
I was going to tell the chair that some of the other directors were giving me the tempo signal.
Yeah.
So I told them that was outside
Yeah.
my.
I'm going to get an electric prod or something at some point.
So, Mark,
Stop.
sorry, I do want to just add one thing. I appreciate the chair talking about the South Energy Center. We also serve UF everywhere else except the main campus. So they own a lot of property, have a lot of different.
$34 million.
It's over $30 million in revenue from UF.
Water, wastewater,
Between
and electric.
SEC and the other customers. And so, but we do not serve the main campus. So.
And we gave that up 50 years ago. Go ahead.
So we're down to other revenue. The two primary components of other revenue are the reimbursement we get from the federal government on the Build America Bonds program back in 2009. The federal government was trying to incent entities to enter into infrastructure projects, and so what they did was they agreed to write down interest rates on bonds that funded eligible projects. We get about $5 million a year from the federal government for that. And then the other piece is reimbursements from the mutual aid that we provide when other communities reach out to us and need our assistance after storms, and also any insurance reimbursements. They make up the biggest piece of that other revenue. And then interest income is the last piece of the revenue side. Moving down into expenses, we talked about fuel and purchase gas, just a pass-through, same as the revenue side on the top. O&M expenses, that's all the non-capital costs of running the business on a day-to-day basis: payroll, materials, chemicals, electric. We are one of our biggest customers, so we obviously pay our own bills. At $155 million, that's 35% of the budget. Moving on to the use of net revenues, the first line debt service, that is the debt service proper that's the principal, interest, projected net swap payments we have on our currently outstanding debt. At $108 million, that makes up about 24% of our budget, which is a bigger chunk than most any other public power entity that you're going to see. When you look at the bottom of the use of net revenues pieces, we've broken out the debt defeasance plan that we've got based on the source of the revenues that are paying for them. The excess revenues, that's the 3% and 5% that was approved in electric and wastewater from 22 to 24, as well as the proposed increases that we've got in this plan. The budget reductions, last year, the general manager committed to making $28 million in budget cuts over the next decade to go towards funding the debt defeasance or debt reduction plan. Then, of course, we've got the GSC reduction, which is a significant portion of that, of contributing to that pool. And then the debt defeasance from Treasury, that is based on 7 restructuring transactions that the utility undertook back in 2020, as well as our share of the savings from the pension obligation bond issue that general government executed back at that time. That, when you roll those together for 25, it's $29.7 million. So when you combine, and that's 7%, you put that in with the 24, so about 31% of our budget in 25 is associated with debt service related costs. We've spoken ad nauseum about the utility plant improvement fund. It's about 10% at $45 million. And then let's speak about the loss absorbed from GRUCOM. And the director was talking about that. Obviously, the GRUCOM expenses are starting to outstrip the revenue projections. They are effectively operating as a shared service. What we're doing here is we are allocating out the losses from GRUCOM to the other systems based on the other system's share of the revenue. On this combined system slide, you're going to see those zeros because all we've done is we've reduced GRUCOM's use of net revenues and increased each other system's use of net revenues in equal amounts. When you go to the individual slides, you can see what that impact on the other systems is. And then finally, the government services contribution, and it's at $15,305,224. I think we've pointed out to you, in this plan, in the 10-year period, right now, what we have in that plan is that $15,305,000 each year through the decade. So I'll only stop here because the director wanted to point out what the impact of GRUCOM was on each system. And you can see in the electric system, we're talking about a $3.4 million hit. In water, it is about $648,000 in 25. In wastewater, it's just under $830,000. In the gas system, it is $267,000. You can see the total allocation of projected losses for 25 in GRUCOM is the $5.2 million you referenced before.
We used to have this nifty little matrix that showed for every percent increase or decrease in the rate of the specific system, it would take X amount of O&M dollars and X amount of CapEx. So I remember back in the day, and you remember that, you were on the commission at the time. So there was like $1.5 million would create a 1% differential in the electric system. And maybe 250,000 would be on the water system. So if I'm looking at GRUCOM and they're losing $3 million that's being allocated to the electric system, that's the equivalent of a 2% rate increase.
Yeah, using that nifty little matrix, which
I'm sure it's changed.
Which I've never been huge.
Yeah, I know you were never a fan of it, but I loved it. But
Charts are good.
Yeah. Versus looking at this stuff, if you put something together that just had something like that, then people could really grasp it. It's like 1% equals this. So you know how much you would have to save within that electric system, $1.5 million. Okay. Gee, GRUCOM is 2% of that.
Yeah, well, and I don't think anybody's pretending that redistributing $5.2 million in losses among the other systems is a trivial thing.
Right. No, I don't think so either. But it gives you that other impact to it. Because we talk about reducing rates. There's a way to reduce rates.
Well, we have a slide further down the way when we talk a little bit more about GRUCOM and
right.
What we see there. So a little more context on fuels. These are fuels that are used to generate power. Now, obviously, each plant uses a slightly different fuel. What drives this is essentially a projection of what each fuel is going to cost us in the 25 budget, and is driven by where we project the price is going to be. That's the single biggest piece. So what you see here is that a significant shift between 24 and 25 between natural gas and biomass. Natural gas is going up from 50 million to 67 million in those 2 years. That's being driven by two pieces. Number one, we anticipate, and Eric will correct me on all the things that I misstate here, but we're projecting that natural gas prices are going to be lower than biomass, so we're going to use more natural gas, and so that's why it's moving 50, 67. The other piece of that is that there is a planned economic outage at the Deerhaven Renewable Plant in 25, which will reduce what we use there. And so you see that shift up from 50 to 67 in natural gas, down in biomass from 31 to about 8. diversity is the hallmark of our fuel sources here. We all know in years in which the access to particular fuels is restricted for one reason or another, or the cost of a particular fuel goes up, the ability to access that flexibility and the fuel diversity is important to the utility.
I would make one point here, and that is, look at the coal line. Okay, GRU used to be substantially fueled by coal at the Deer Haven 2 facility. We're down to less than $100,000 of coal.
That's what we plan to use. We have a significant amount of inventory in coal on the ground.
So this isn't on an accrual basis.
This is what we plan to spend on those fuels.
On new coal resources. So how much do you have coal on the ground?
Approximately.
So I believe that number is approximately 80,000.
80,000 tons.
Okay. I'm a little confused. So you're not doing your fuel on the accrual on what you use, you're doing it on what you buy?
But we don't, I think, we don't have any plans to burn coal in 25.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's an emergency fuel in case natural gas spikes, and then you use that. Okay.
My apologies. Could the far side table, when you speak up? I know this battery's going low over here, but online's having trouble hearing, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting.
The coal, yeah, to your point, the coal is like a physical hedge. It's a physical solid tool that we have available.
Absolutely.
If we, have a NOM on gas and we need to go to coal, we can go there. We don't anticipate doing any more than what we have shown here.
I think I told you that, didn't I?
Probably.
Coming back in.
I'll note it in my bibliography.
Okay.
All right, a little deeper dive into debt service. The top piece of that is, like mentioned before, that's the debt service cost for the debt service proper for the outstanding debt, principal, interest, and net swap payments. You can see in 25, we have about $108 million in projected debt service. 43 million of that is in principal payments. So that's about 40% of our debt service proper is going to principal. When you roll in the debt defeasance at 29.7 million, which is primarily principal related, for our debt service related costs of $138 million in 25, about 53% of that is going to go to reduce principal. And I'm going to move on. And so now let's talk about the GSC a little bit.
Wait, I'm sorry, excuse me. It says GFT. You can change the name, but it's still the same.
For clarity.
Had I put GSC up there and said GFT, you would have said the opposite.
No, I wouldn't.
I would have for sure.
Okay.
He just ordered me a cattle prod. I don't know why.
This is the kind of scrutiny that's required of a budget that's brought before this board. We're laughing about it, but we're not a rubber stamp. It's important to question what is delivered to you in question, because we work for the customers. We work for the customers of GRU, and we're trying to give them low-cost, affordable, reliable, safe utility services. So it may not be convenient to be here for a while. It may not be pleasurable to listen to me question a lot of these things, but I know from which I speak. And I'm not directing this toward Mr. Benson and his staff. It is Mr. Cunningham's budget, but he's over there, so I'm kind of directing it over there.
That's fine. I'm having as much fun as I can stand.
Mr. Chair, you do have this history. So you do have a leg up on us, so I'm actually enjoying it.
Me too.
So don't take our cattle prods wrong.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I got a few shocks from you over there and a little poke, but that's okay. So yeah, you were back there on the GSC. I'll try that. Mr. Benton, you were going to talk about the GSC as a percent of operating revenue.
I'm going to talk about the monies that get transferred over to the general government. How's that?
Okay.
We hear this a lot, you hear this a lot, both from the other side of the street, from citizens, is the fact that the changes that were initiated last year in the transfer formula had a significant impact on the metrics associated with that. So this is GFT as a percentage of GRU's operating revenue. Did the change substantially alter our metrics? Certainly they did. You can see in 22 and 23, when the transfers were in the mid $30 million range, they were, the transfer as a percentage of revenue was somewhere around 7.5. When we made the change in 24, that number was cut in half. It's 3.3%, 3.4% in 25. Does that put us out of line with some of our peers? Yes, you can look at this and you can say that that's certainly the case.
But I would say that, I'm sorry.
Mark's about to say what you were going to say.
Right.
Yeah, let me get 2 more slides.
Okay. Do two more.
Mark's getting feisty. I like it.
It's another side of Mr. Benton, isn't it?
He's never done this to me.
No, it's always been there. He just brings it out in me.
We would go through budget presentations and, we would go back and forth like this internally.
It also has a significant impact on the percentage of the revenue for the general, for the general fund. This is a trend in what percentage of the transfer made up of the general fund revenue. And you can see the last 3 years of actuals, they're in the low 20s, mid 20s. 24, the current budget, it dropped down to 9.8%. Did it have an impact? Yes. Is it out of line with some of our other peers? Probably. But to look at it only from that perspective is myopic. There are reasons that those changes have been made. And here's one of the biggest ones. You'll recognize this because it was one of your.
That was one of mine.
One of yours from the in-front days.
Right.
When you calculate this. This is the ratio of outstanding principal to annual operating revenue for ourselves, for GRU, and for some of our peers. And if you look at GRU FY23, the second line on there, what that says is we have outstanding debt of $1.8 billion in 23 against operating revenues of $450 million. That ratio is 4.10. We are a A+ rated entity by Fitch. These numbers came from the Fitch U.S. Public Power Peer Review. The median of all other A+ rated public power entities by Fitch, that median ratio is 0.55. We are 7.5 times higher than the other entities rated in our class by Fitch. And we are 2.7 to 4.1 higher than the other peers. So it is, and I go through this process just to point out that yes, you're going to find folks on both sides of this about changing the transfer anymore, don't change the transfer anymore, that can point to empirical data that probably support their position. But it's important to see all of this. When we started the debt reduction plan a year ago, when we were talking to JLAC, when the general manager was going to Tallahassee, they asked for a bold solution. And the reduction of the general fund transfer is a big component of that bold solution. So,
I would ask you in the future, though, to compare GFT as a percent of earnings before GFT.
We've actually looked at that, and we've gone back 20. You went back 6 years, and we've gone back 21 years to make those calculations. We didn't go back 21 years
Right.
in the other entities, but we've looked at it.
Right. Oh, so when you looked at it, you supported the number then that I came up with 68 million?
Yes, in the time frame that you indicated, 18 to 23, taking income before capital contributions and transfers as a proxy for profit, which I think is an appropriate thing to do, and then measuring the transfer against that level. Yes, in the time frame that you indicated, the 18 to 23, yes, that $68 million number is accurate. Over a 22-year period, if you go back to 2002 and move forward, 21-year period, the percentage that we transferred, that GRU transferred to general government of their profit is 95%. It ramped up considerably in the time frame that you looked at it. Between
Exactly.
2002 2002 and 2017, we transferred about 82% of our profit in total. The time frame you looked at, it was about 145%. The driver behind that was the fact that that also correlated with the purchase of DHR. We moved the cost associated with DHR out of fuel into debt service, which moved the interest associated with that $650 million onto our income statement.
Right.
It reduced our profit, but the general fund transfer was not reduced at the same time, which is what drove those numbers up that you listed.
It's really fascinating to hear you say that, and I appreciate you looking at that. The fact that we were paying 82% from 2002, 2003 through 2017 is actually correlates with the numbers that I showed at the beginning of this presentation. You know, that we have the other, out of the top 5 munis, they're anywhere between 55 and 100%. So that's the way the utility should be run. But once you get a systematic imbalance within the utility, a financial imbalance, those things have to change.
Well, based on the 24 change, cutting it to 15 million, the 25 number, the projected percentage of GRU's profit that will be transferred is interestingly enough and coincidentally 82% in 24 and 64% in 25.
Right. So thank you. I
So
appreciate it.
people paying attention though, to Ed's point, there still is an overpayment, correct?
There was an overpayment in the time period that Mr. Bolarski referenced between 18 and 23. In 24 and 25, we are not transferring more than our profit. We are transferring 82% of our profit in 24 and 64% of our profit in 25.
So said another way, there's still I call it a prepayment.
Yeah,
There's
clearly still a prepayment. There's no need to hide it.
Right. So, yes, we're back on track with paying 15, but somebody has to.
Yeah, we gotta make that up somehow?
Yes,
Yeah.
I think so.
I think so too.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rasnick.
So I'm going to say it a little bit differently. So I think the board needs to take under consideration how much profit the utility actually needs to keep. So if you think about it, from that 20-year period, remitting 95% of your profit is extremely large. So we ran the numbers as far as what it looks like for 8, 10, 12, and 14. We'd be happy to bring that back to have a discussion with the board. So no other business remits practically every dollar that you earn back to their shareholders.
Unless you're a privately held company that, and I don't think we are.
Well, even then, privately held companies don't work themselves into bankruptcy doing that.
That's true.
It always makes me nervous when people publicly make a statement about working yourself into bankruptcy.
Well,
Me too.
I was also, you mentioned the rate study. When they came in, they talked about us being a monopoly. A few commissioners were scared when they heard the word monopoly and came over to me and said, "Can you make them stop calling us a monopoly?" I said, "Well, no, we really are." So we can all be scared of words, but sometimes they're true.
I talked about the fact that we discussed GRUCOM a little bit more from forward, and obviously, as I mentioned, GRUCOM's expenses are outstripping its revenues, and we project that that's going to continue. In 25, the GRUCOM folks are going to focus more on their core business. That's going to be facilitated by the fact that we sold the trunking radio system to the county in 24. And I think that it's becoming widely accepted that they're functioning a great deal as a shared service or a corporate service, and they need to focus on recovering the full cost of the service they provide, not only to general government, but to GRU as well, and that includes connectivity expenses. But the GRUCOM staff is going to be looking at expanding the opportunities to identify the chance to expand services and increase revenues, and the general manager is going to be coming back to the board with a more fully fleshed out plan about the path forward for GRUCOM later in 24.
Can I ask Ms. Rasnick a question? Didn't we commission a study on GRUCOM that basically said that we had to get out of the business?
So there was a study completed, oh my goodness, I think we started in late fall of 2021, completed it in early 2022. And the study, forgive me if I get the details, it basically said that there were a couple of different options with GRUCOM, but expanding revenues, they were geographically constrained, right? So because of the way that the system is built. And they recommended a couple of different things, like looking at cost of goods sold, taking a look at P&Ls inside of that system. But essentially, that system is functioning as a shared service, and then what do you need to do with that? But that was early 2022 when we received
Yeah.
that report.
I think I was on board at that time because we were looking to see what to do, and we commissioned that. So it kind of goes against the third bullet item where the solution is to expand services, increase revenues. I mean, they're basically saying that that wasn't that type of opportunity. The other solution here is to operate it as a corporate expense. That basically costs other providers. Okay. Thank you.
Could I elaborate on that just a sec? So, I mean, I think it's important to understand what GRUCOM is, right? It's a system that was built for reliability standards in the electric system. In 1995, we took advantage of a technology that our internal operational businesses have leveraged. And then what we found out is we were able to take that reliable network and monetize that. So it's kind of, it's a service we need to provide ourselves, and it's got the ability to generate revenue in addition to what we need to generate that corporate expense. And so I think it's really important for us to acknowledge that, as we're presenting this path forward, is one of the fundamental principles that we're going to come back with is what the purpose of the initial envisioning of GRUCOM is it still needed? Is that corporate reliable network still required? Absolutely. I mean, we have to have that. And so the one thing as Mr. Benton's talked about is we're not recovering the full.
His mic's going
I'm sorry.
Well, it's not you, your mic's going out, but the people online can't hear you.
Okay. So thank you.
Red light's flashing.
So one of the things we've got to do is, leverage that connectivity again, as well as recover the full freight of that. Is we're not recovering the connectivity charge that's needed through GRUCOM. The other thing in terms of expanding services, there are opportunities. I mean, even though it's a competitive market, we compete in that competitive market daily. There are opportunities to bundle services. We've had sunk cost in technology, voice. You were here when we bought that switch. We still see there's a business plan that we can continue to. It's not going to save the world. But it contributes one more dollar to offsetting our costs. One of the things in terms of the path forward is we have a projected shortfall going forward. GRUCOM is, like many of our other GRU systems, it is laden with debt. I mean, we've got $59 million of debt on $29 million of net assets. And so, but we still need that service. And so that's what we're looking forward to present back to the board is a plan to offset or mitigate what those long-term losses look like.
All I'd tell you is that just because GRU wouldn't own it doesn't mean you can't get the service. Somebody could better absorb the losses. It is a backbone, and you're right, it was created largely with the influence of UF, in terms of creating something for them. So that backbone exists, and it has an asset value. But it doesn't mean that we ought to operate it at a loss that impairs the rest of our system. So I'd ask that you keep that in mind as you're looking to come back with this. Because it's like the old saying about, the car dealership, we lose money on every deal, but we make it up in volume. I mean, that's ostensibly what you're saying to us right now. Trust us, we're going to move forward. We lose money on each deal, but we'll get there. And frankly, I heard that for much of my tenure here at the utility, that it was just around the corner with GatorNet to move to the next opportunity. And they compete, that's true, but in a very limited marketplace. And you have, the new fiber companies coming in there now, that is going to make that competition even more. And there's value at come with the cell towers and the hard assets under the ground. So keep that in mind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'll say, Mr. Chair, I think that's what we want to bring back to the board are what are those options going forward that make the most sense for us long-term? And so that will be coming later this summer.
All right, moving on to labor. You see there's about a 4.5% or $4.4 million difference between the 24 and 25 payroll budgets. And as the chair pointed out, this is total payroll. This is obviously O&M and capital, $69 million in O&M, $31 million in capital labor. There is, the biggest components of that 4.6% jump are we have a 3% general increase built in. And we also have in this year about a $800,000 increase, because this is payroll and fringe. I should have said that. This is salaries and fringe. We have an $800,000 increase in the cost of the 2020 pension obligation bond to the utility based on a revised allocation metric, and which GRU believes is an appropriate change that better reflects the percentage of the unfunded liability contributed to GRU versus general government to the general employees pension plan. So those two things make up the biggest piece of that jump.
Well, it's interesting, Mr. Benson. I looked at the authorized FTEs, and I kind of just divided the one number by the other, and you come up with two separate numbers, and that increase on a per FTE basis went up 7.5%.
Well, understand, and I probably should have pointed this out, the 928 includes 23 positions in 24 that were unfunded. So that payroll is already, for those 23 positions, is already out of the 24 budget. We actually permanently removed them. We reduced the authorized position in 25.
I just remember this I would sit up on the dais at the commission meetings and listen to the city talk about authorized, unfunded, blah, blah, blah. And at the end of the day, you still had the same amount of people in the seat. And so when I see this and I see 928 and then I see 903, but there wasn't anybody in that 928. We just reduced the fact that we could hire them, but you never did.
There was no one in the positions, but the
Right.
positions were budgeted. And
Right.
that's what I'm saying. You're not going to see a corresponding reduction in the payroll budget between 24 and 25 that reflects 25 positions going away, because 23 of them were already unfunded as part of the budget in 24.
Okay.
Let me just clarify too, the reason, so we unfunded them, but they're still authorized FTEs. The reason we wanted to remove those from the books is really the 10-year commitment to the debt reduction plan. We didn't want to have those unfunded 1 year, and then 2 years later you fund them again because they're authorized. By removing them from the books, we can't
Right.
bring those back, and we wanted to make that long-term commitment to the plan going forward.
Oh, you reminded me of something, and that's because you can only increase create
Certain.
5,
2% or, yeah,
but that's working for the city.
that's true.
That rule doesn't apply.
Good
There used to
point.
be a rule that the general manager could only create 5 new positions or something like that a year. I think it was 5.
Yeah.
Well, we're too,
We're exempt.
We're beyond that. You don't have to play those games.
Good point. Yep.
So I just heard him say, hire all you want.
No, that is not to stay on the plan.
We have a failure to communicate here.
All right, we've talked about this before. I won't spend any time here. It's just the $1.8 million reduction in the O&M expense between the 24 and 25 budget. And here's the capital, and you brought this up before, Mr. Chair. Between 24 and 25, you see an increase from $121 million to $142 million in the capital budget. That's driven by the increase in the Main Street plan. You can see it's at $24.9 million.
Yeah, wait. What phase is that on the Main Street?
Yeah, it's a good question. So what what we're doing is phase one of the plan is, it's a $50 million improvement to the front end of the plant. And I might have Brett kind of jump in. We do have a $22.5 million grant associated with that.
Okay.
So we got a grant through some federal funding that comes through the state of Florida, 22.5 million of that 50 million. All that is approved at this point. We have a long-range plan of where we're going for the Main Street plan as well as everything else, but all that it's approved at this point is at phase one. And that is right now under construction and going forward. And again, it's a $50 million project that we have a $22.5 million grant for. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that.
I'll add a little bit. I mean, so we're proceeding with breaking ground. We've ordered equipment on that first phase. We brought this to the previous board back in March. And from that process, we initiated the spend. Additionally, that I think is important is, Chair, you mentioned, delivery is important, right? So on the wastewater side specifically, we have grant obligations, and not just on the Main Street plant. We have another project that we presented earlier this year on lift station renewal. But inside that capital spend, specifically in wastewater, there's over $44 million that we've got commitments, and we bid those contracts out. We've got contractors on site moving. So that delivery is real, and it's associated with a lot of grant funding. So the general manager noted, over the life of the, I think it's over a 3-year period, we've got $22 million in Main Street, but we've got an additional $12 million funding other wastewater collection projects. But those are real deadlines, and those are moving forward. And so you see that in our capital projects, especially with Main Street, the delivery is associated with contracts and deadlines and dates. And so they are in the system being delivered.
So a quick question. So you said that this was brought to the previous board. The board never approved it. It was information only, I think. Is that correct?
I think we approved it.
I think you approved phase one, not
Phase one,
anything associated with the
because it
other
was
phases.
associated with a grant. So
Right.
any association with a grant typically needs approval.
Right.
So I
That
think
makes
we
sense.
did approve phase one. Eric, does that recall?
I think so, but isn't phase one independent of phase two?
Correct.
Yeah.
And that's the next question. What is 2, 3? I think there's 4, right? Or is there?
No, it's primarily broken into two main phases.
Okay,
Yeah, two
main.
phases. I mean, so one of the things.
But the wastewater collection is its own separate.
Oh, that's
those are
separate,
those are separate projects.
Right,
So
because
they're-
that's in regard to the SSOs, sanitary sewer overflows, right?
Yep, yeah, so the collection system improvements, one of the big projects we have is Lift Station 1. It's our largest lift station. It has challenges during wet weather of keeping
Right.
up with all the flows. And so we're doing an improvement there to give it essentially more pumping capacity to be able to move the wastewater during those extreme high events.
And that's the one by UF?
That's the
that
one
we
by the UF
approved
golf
new-
course, that's correct.
That you always had to, on games, you used to have people out there so they'd reduce the
Correct.
smell. You constantly pumping.
And keep up
Yeah.
with the excess flows. And
Yeah.
so that's that project. Now, the phase one of the Main Street project does include some collection system upgrades just north of the plant, but primarily it's plant improvements. The other part about the Main Street plan is, I kind of alluded to it earlier, but from a regulatory standpoint, when a capacity of a plant starts to exceed 80% and then approaches 90%, you have regulatory requirements of putting a plan in place and then actually starting construction to build capacity so that you don't get behind and you don't have the capacity to serve your customers. And so we have bumped up against those requirements with the Main Street plant. So we're doing two things. We're replacing aging infrastructure. Some infrastructure has been in there for many, many, many decades, but we're also adding capacity at the same time to meet those regulatory.
How much capacity are you adding?
So we're adding 2.5 million gallons per day, MGD. It currently is 7.5 million gallons per day. And it's the first upgrade of capacity since early 90s?
Yeah, 1989.
89.
And it's interesting because I looked at the stuff in the back and it's not any different than when I was there. I mean, you're getting relatively low growth in the usage of water. I mean, you're still,
Less than 1%, yeah.
less than 1% a year, right? And, you know, you're constrained on a geographical basis too in terms of the territory, because you're not expanding much. I forget what the name of the line was that we had in the county line.
Urban cluster line.
There you go, the urban cluster line. I forgot what the name of that was. And so, yeah, you're getting an additional 2, but, you know, where does that take you? And is that part of just phase 1? Because we're talking, so
So you're not
to
getting
get that.
you're not getting a capacity, full capacity until you do the other improvements of the project.
So where's the cost benefit that went into the additional, you know, $100 million or so that we're talking about here? And, you know, we still have a relatively small system considering, you know, we have a bigger electrical system. I'm just concerned that we're going CapEx crazy here. You know, there's reliability, but, you know, you're talking about bumping up. You're not bumping up to full capacity. You're bumping up to kind of a milestone where you have to put together a plan. You know, that you don't get shut down. You're not under any compliance review. So I'm wanting to understand more about what that is, and maybe you can, you know, get back to us, you know,
Well, let me jump in real quick. So, and one of the things, we have a very unique ability in GRU that we have we're treated as our combined capacity, so Main Street and Kanappaha. And so what the general manager talked about is, you know, we've made good use of all the capacity we've had at both plants. And so you've had Main Street, and you're right, we've been fairly flat for a long time, and we run that plant right around 90% capacity. So you're in the red, right? And then now the capacity at Kanappaha has continued to creep up. And so from a combined capacity standpoint, we are above regulatory thresholds. So we do have, every 5 years, we're going to go through a permitting process where we're going to be, and what we have in the current Main Street permit is we know by 2032 that we're probably going to be put into some kind of administrative order to, you know, bring us in line with the regulatory standard. And so what we've, you know, you hit the nail on the head, is the one thing that GRU has is a very flat growth rate. And it takes a long time to kind of grow into that facility. And then we hit the threshold. And then it's, okay, you know, we have to make a wise decision on how much incremental capacity we need into the future. But I want you to think about it. It's not just Main Street. We may be transferring flows from Kanappaha to Main Street to make use of that 2.5 million gallons per day, because it's a combined system. And so that's a really important concept. And one of the things that all ties together with Lift Station 1 as well, it gives us the ability to upgrade that station to be able to take flow both to Main Street as well as upgrade our ability to take it to Kanappaha. So we've got some flexibilities there, but we are definitely, you know, 2032 is going to be a challenge for us. It's not going to be inexpensive, but when you typically touch the plant, it's really advantageous to be able to grab capacity. We were not able to do that in past capital spends. In many of our facilities, water, wastewater was one of those, where we have regulatory drivers that add unit processes that add no capacity but increase the cost. And so it's our time to get capacity in the system.
It's your time to get capacity. All I'll tell you is that I was involved with other water companies, and you're talking about a possibility of administrative order by 2032, right? Is that what you said?
It'll take, so we need to be, we have to have that capacity by 2032.
Right.
We have to have the capacity by then.
Right. So, you know, you're talking 7, 8 years. In my dealings with the EPA and the issuances of consent decrees or other administrative orders, there's usually a very elongated discussion with them over, you know, figuring this out. Are you aware of how many different water companies within Florida and, you know, are under administrative orders at the present time?
We have been in the past, but
Right.
I'm not aware of the statistics
Right.
across the state.
It's a threshold that sounds scary, but it isn't necessarily as bad as you think. And it's something that you need to plan within the ability of your organization to get to that level as well over a longer period of time. So I hear what you're saying, And, it goes, remember we used to talk about the CapEx and we'd sit there and say, are there must-haves? Are there what you'd like to have? And then there's drop dead for safety. You absolutely need that. I wonder how much of this CapEx fits into those types of scenarios. And they're hard questions because you've got to look at the resources of the organization on how much you can allocate to those specific things. And there's some people that are going to be unhappy in your staff. I mean, when I was the general manager, you were one of the ones that was unhappy, when we did some of that stuff. But I'm looking at a budget here on a CapEx basis that makes me unhappy. So, we really need to go back in there and really comb through that. I mean, that level of spending is incredible. It's unprecedented. We've never spent this much in a budget for CapEx, ever. It's the highest CapEx expenditure in a budget in GRU history.
So I did want to just point out one other thing you had mentioned earlier, Chair, that part of the bump up in the spending also is the AMI project, which is coming to an end, and some of the other things that aren't going to be repeatable, like these aren't recurring things. This is a peaking time. So I do want to, that doesn't solve all of that, but that is part of the AMI project's going to be ending in fiscal year 25 as well.
Where is that in the row?
So you can kind of see it on the bottom. So it's under corporate expense, and then on the very bottom is a little table that shows the AMI spending as well as some investments in the financial management information system along the bottom, which are not as much recurring things as you referred to them earlier, but
Right. Right. Well, what I'm looking at is we've spent on average $80 million. You have 142. So the difference of $5 million in AMI doesn't get you.
It's not making a whole difference. I'm just
just want to make sure we're on the same level and the same magnitude.
For sure.
Okay.
All right, this is the table you talked about earlier, Mr. Chair. It compares our reserve requirements to what our projected reserves are. And at the end of the forecast period, there's that $88 million that we talked about. The reserve requirements are built through the cash balance study that's performed by PFM LLC. They identify operational, climate, financial risks to the utility and then try to develop the appropriate reserve levels to hold against those risks. We are, the study was last completed in 2019. We're right now in the final stages of an update of that study, and the increased reserve targets are built into this table beginning in 2026. And that $88 million, we talked about that before, you see, that is going to be utilized to accelerate debt retirement or cash fund capital projects in conjunction with the debt retirement plan, which we have on the next slide, this is simply the mechanics of the debt retirement plan. I want to point out, because it's been pointed out to me that sometimes I'm less than articulate in describing what this plan is. This is a formula developed by a rating agency. It is net debt divided by net capital assets. Net debt is not equal to outstanding debt. And the little green box in the corner there gives you the formula for what makes up net debt. It's outstanding debt plus unamortized bond premium less cash available for debt service. So you see two sets of bars there. In the red is the net debt, and the blue is our outstanding debt. When we put this plan together, we began our debt capitalization ratio. It's about 89%. We have a goal of 70%. 70% isn't where we want to be. It's not where anybody wants to be in terms of their capitalization ratio. But even for us, that's a stretch goal to get from 89 to 70%. What we did was looking at this was we took where we were in our existing debt, what our projected principal payments were over the next decade on that existing debt. We factored in the projected bond issues, the projected principal payments on those bond issues, and then we started layering in the resources that are coming from the outside to fund this plan, the GSC/GFT reductions, the $28 million in budget reductions that the general manager committed to over the next decade, and then money's coming from the excess, revenues, the 3 and 5% electric and wastewater, 22 to 24, and then the projected rate increases. And what that's developed over time, as you can see in the scale. We started at 87, we moved up to 89 when we issued $151 million last year. We're bringing that down on a projected basis to just over 70% in 2033. And that's a reduction, that represents a reduction in the net debt of about $395 million over that period. Steps forward. And y'all talked about this a little bit before, but our plan is on the next meeting on June 12th to bring back the first reading of the budget resolution, then the reading of the resolution associated with Chapter 27 relating to utilities, and the Appendix A schedules of fees, rates, and charges. On the 26th, we'll bring back the second reading of the budget resolution, and then we are required to submit, and that's all, just submit the budget to the City Commission by July 1st.
Well, that's predicated on us approving that tonight, right? The reading would occur on June 12th?
But if you tell it, we're not asking for a vote tonight.
Okay.
We are asking for head nods on certain, if there are issues that are causing you heartburn, we'd like to know that so that we can make those adjustments, perhaps in time for the June 12th, perhaps not. Like we said before, if we can't get the resolutions read, we can still submit the budget. But no, we're not asking you to approve the budget tonight.
Yeah, and let me jump in. So, the transitions of the boards from one to another and not a lot of unknowns and uncertainties, we kind of, again, backed into this from July 1st. But we can adjust to that. We can add meetings. We could hit the June 12th date without a resolution, have another kind of come back. But what we need to get there is probably a little more direction from the board on areas we want to push the balloon, right? So what are the areas we want to change a little bit so that we can bring back what that impact is and potentially bring back options. So if where we are with the budget at this time, you all are not comfortable with it and the path forward, we really want to have some of that feedback so that we can bring back alternatives moving forward. And go to the next slide. Let me just to sort of summarize kind of where we are. So one big question, again, unknowns, uncertainties, a new board coming on, is what do we do about the GSC, GFT? And with the previous board, we talked about a whole range of options and different ideas and thoughts. We'd never converged on a solution going forward. So what we're recommending at this point is to hold it exactly the same as it was, as it is in this current fiscal year for next fiscal year, 15.3 for 1 year, and then we work through the summer of what that looks like going forward. Now, in the modeling, we did leave it flat across the whole window because we had to make an assumption, but as a board, we really want that direction. If the board wants to tackle GFT for this budget and make a change, we'll need to do that and accelerate that to stay on the schedule. And so we can do that as a board. We can change where the GFT is I'm coming forward with this recommendation just because of the reduced time frame and the fact that we can hold it flat and then decide something further in the future. So that's the GSC, GFT. As we've talked ad nauseum a little bit about the rate increases, again, trying to spread out the rate increases instead of front load them over a longer period of time, acknowledging increasing inflationary costs to providing business, providing the utilities going forward, but also funding an accelerated debt reduction plan as well. And then lastly, trying to keep our eye on the ball of long-term. We don't want to just look at next year. We want to think about where we want the utility to be in 10 years. And so having this plan and the debt reduction plan that reduces that debt significantly, it really addresses what the Auditor General brought up and our conversations with JLAC as well. So this is kind of where we are, where we landed with all those unknowns of the path forward, really looking for feedback if we want to push in a few different directions, if we could get some specificity on what that looks like, and then we can bring back options based on that.
So so you're looking for the board now to comment upon the presentation at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done that all throughout, but where are we landing as a board?
Well, I kind of did.
Yes.
So, they've heard what I've had to say, and I kind of, said, but I think that the rest of my members really have to weigh in.
And Mr. Chair, with your blessing, I'd like to the previous board did acknowledge the 68 million overpayment. In my discussions with the commissioners, again, without board consent, just thoughts, what is fair? Barring, if we took everything off the table, what is a fair transfer? We look at the differential between the fair transfer, what we're paying, and do we need to dip into the 15.3 to recover our 68 over 10 years? Was my conversation. My goal was always to try to recover, because I believe there should be some recovery on overpayment. That was never brought to the board. I think I told the board I had some discussions, and then the wheels started coming off the board at that point. But you know what I'm saying about what is normal, what's fair, and let's say there's a 4 million differential between what's fair and what we're paying now. So we could count that as 4 million a year, $40 million towards the 68, and then take the rest out of the GFT over the next 10 years. So if it's another 3 million, so we recoup another 30 million, but hold flat for 10 years.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I think that $68 million in advance is stealing. And I think we need to get that money back, is what I would suggest. I would suggest to you, Tony, that you don't have to worry about the city commission coming after you, right?
Oh,
So
yeah.
you could adjust those numbers down.
Yeah,
we could talk to the board about it. We could have some conversation about it, but I mean, it's stealing. They've already took 68 million more. 95% of profit is stealing, if we're to be honest. And I know that some other cities go high too, and that's fine. That's a lot of money, and it's a lot of money on people who don't have it in the long run. So that number needs to go down significantly towards a payment back. I don't like the concept of putting it over the course of 10 years necessarily. I think we kind of a year to year. I know that for whatever reason we don't want to talk about the GFT every year, but it needs to go down. I mean, that's the honest answer. It needs to go down significantly. And if anybody else is afraid to say it, I won't, because I'm not going to run for office. I could care less. So there's the honest answer.
No.
There's a lot of other things that need to go down too, right? But since we're specifically on that, that needs to go down. But go ahead, Chip.
But yeah, I totally agree. They become addicted to the money.
100%.
And I look at as a form to any addiction. Typically, you don't go cold turkey. But having something reasonable that we can agree upon, going somewhere in line with our peer agencies and what they're paying, and that percentage, something that we can look at. But yes, recouping that money is definitely something that is very important to us, as well as keeping the rates as low as possible to avoid that impact. So I think those, and then going back to Mr. Pilarski's point with the water and wastewater, we need to have some discussions on that as well as we continue to look at these capital projects that we're doing. Is it necessarily feasible for us to do it right now? Is it actually needed? Can we push this back before the regulators are coming and putting an order on us to move forward with that? So I don't know if that is a $5 million, $5.3 million decrement. I don't know if it's a $10 million decrement at this point. But I think staff could come back to us and look and see exactly what's going on with different decremental issues and how that will affect our long-term debt as well.
Any comments from the end?
I think overall the budget's reasonable. I think the way it was put together is reasonable. I think we all can debate, whether the GSC, what the right number is. I think when you compare where it is today versus other organizations, it is lower, and it's appropriately lower because of the debt load that we cover. As far as going back and recouping, that's just, I don't generally look at it that way. I look at how, that was previous administrations, that was previous commissions. I look at how do we go forward, and how do we provide safe, reliable utilities at the most reasonable price possible. So that's sort of my position.
I probably have a view probably different than all of you. I think that the number, as I discussed, it was $68 million just in excess of what GRU had earned. So if you actually went back and you looked at what we should have transferred, it was more in the order of $110 million. Significant amount of money. I do agree that we have to keep our eye on the ball moving forward, but ostensibly it's a prepayment of future profits. We had this relationship with the city, so it's hard to say what will transpire beyond the 25 fiscal year, but I think for the 25 fiscal year, you need to pause it. I think the $15 million that's in there, in all good faith, I can't approve a budget that increases rates for customers at the same time you're taking that money that would not include a rate increase and give it to the city. It's incomprehensible for me to think about that. I mean, this is all about shifting money. You know, so we're due a credit. We overpaid the rent, and I can't see us just letting the landlord hold the rent. We shouldn't have to pay the full amount of the rent the next month. Even if it's a reduced amount, it's still going to account for the fact that we've overpaid it. So I would entertain some instructions to the general manager that would look at what the GFT would have to be to have no rate increases, and how can we gain efficiencies, redundancies out of operating expenses as well. Didn't seem to be, given the growth in the operating expenses from the historical level, we're standard deviations away from where we were. And I understand you're in the process of AMI, but I remember through AMI that we were going to have decreased truck rolls, we were going to have reduction in staff, meter readers, the whole thing. And so what I see is more expenses, more head counts, and there needs to be a really careful combing of the numbers again and say what's essential, what isn't. I mean, when I came on board and we looked at some of the budgets initially, folks in various areas put in contingencies. Said, you know, for example, you know, in the water area, you know, we had the SSOs. You know, you had to put in certain levels of, you know, it's like pre-planning for an event. And I know you have a certain amount of those, just like you have water leaks, and so you have to have staff and things to do that. But there's a certain level that the board's just not bought into at this point. And I know we have different ideas. I get it. I understand that. Yeah, sure.
My concern, and I don't disagree with, I want to recover. I mean, you know, I just, you know, I know you were the general manager during some of that. I'm sure you had a heartache with it. I'm sure you had backroom conversations with it. And ultimately, you had to say yes to your bosses until they got tired of you, or whatever the conversation was. My concern is the city has very few ways to recoup the money. So we take 15 more million, taxes are going to go up for the city residents only. So the people that are going to be penalized are the city residents only. People in the county, you know, the ratepayers there will not notice it because they're not going to raise their taxes. But the city could go ahead and probably justify a tax increase. So that is a concern of mine. You know, I've always said if there's good justification and some recoup over a period of time, I could support that. But if it's an elimination without, you know, consideration that how are they going to recoup, they're going to recoup the money anyhow. I mean, we all know that. Their budget actually went up last year.
Well, I was going to say something to that effect. When you're finished, I'll address that.
But anyhow, so I just want to let you know, I mean, I'm in favor of looking at some stuff. I would, you know, and again, my thought was just the one plan over a 10-year. I respect that, you know, we should try to get it back. But
That's my thought, at a fair market rate, see what we can do.
And isn't there a chance that the city commission could implement a franchise fee? That even, and so if we took it away, it could come right back behind it.
That
and
could be the
potentially-
27 million I think we
And so-
captured.
And it's debatable what the risk is about that. So I just.
I think
Isn't that the 27 million?
Well, no, I don't think it's 27 million, but I think if we want to, the franchise fee becomes a little complicated, and our attorney will need to weigh in on it as well. If we want to bring back an analysis on that and have a discussion, I think that would be good to bring it back, because I think opining on all of that right now might be a little bit too much of a stretch of guessing on some of those numbers.
But we did dive into that, I thought.
Right, and I think we can bring that back up and what those limits are.
And I think the problem for this board is, if you're wanting us to give you direction, that's information we need to know. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean,
Yep.
if we can thumbnail, as I've heard a couple times tonight, this could be time to do it.
Yes, yeah, the thumbnail view. The problem with the franchise tax is I don't think it's that high. Secondly, you're basically codifying a GFT into a payment that needs to be negotiated with the city, as opposed to, and look, I come from a business background. I negotiated, with a bunch of different folks. If this is a negotiation, it's a bad way to do a negotiation, to sit there and say, well, we have the authority, we have the power to pause the GFT, to give up that ability, and then put it onto our, the biggest problem I have is putting onto our ratepayers.
Yeah.
Our customers. I mean, it's basically saying we were put here for a purpose. There's absolutely the recognition that we overpaid the GFT, but oh well, it's okay. Well, we're not going to worry about it, and in fact, we'll codify the fact that we'll have to pay this amount over a period of time. And by the way, ratepayers, you're going to have to pay for it. I mean, I don't think that's the spirit of House Bill 1645. I don't think it's why it was created. I think that we aren't fulfilling our obligation to the utility and its customers by doing that. I know it sounds easy and right, but it doesn't feel right for me. And I say that with all due respect. And I understand that we all have different perspectives, and you're trying to do the right thing. Don't get me wrong. I'm not suggesting that at all. It doesn't feel right. It feels like, that's what I wanted to bring up. In the pamphlets that I gave you, at the very end, I had an appendix, and I showed the general fund expenditures at the city over the past decade. And so they're at $156 million in the 24 budget. You may not have looked at it, but guess what the number was 10 years ago? It was $107 million. So they've grown $50 million in expenditures at the city. And even though they reduced their head count, it's still higher than it was. So no, they haven't done all that they can. And by the way, last year, as you were saying, Mr. Carter, they didn't take any cuts. They increased property taxes. They totally moved past taking any responsibility for that and increased property taxes. And as you suggested, when I was the general manager and I was dealing with my bosses after you left, I brought to them the whole idea of the GFT, and I built a scorecard. I went to it at a commission meeting and said, here's the scorecard. It's a shortfall scorecard. We're losing this amount, and here's how you can make it up. One of the first things I talked about was the general fund transfer. And I was admonished because I used that word. I was told that people don't understand what it is, and how dare you bring it up? It should be talked to us in private. And I said, well, I did, but nobody listened. So it was my responsibility as the general manager to bring forth what this was all about. And it's funny because now everyone in the world of Gainesville understands about the GFT, but it was brought forth back in that 2018-19 timeframe to be a source of resources and resource retention for the utility. So I don't know if we're beyond just discussing this at this point. Go ahead.
Well, so can I take a shot at what I think I've heard, and I'm looking at all of our professionals to sort of help, because, I mean, what you all know is we need to leave here, and if we're going to do an analysis, I want to make sure we're focused on the right things and bringing back to the board what you're looking for. And so heard a couple of different things, but I think the themes that were consistent were this $68 million recovery piece. What would that look like if we had the GFT recovering the $68 million? And I know the chair, you talked about something larger. I didn't hear that other places, so I think we need direction on, okay, we can bring back options to recover $68 million. Do you want other options as well? I would need direction from the board in terms of, if we reduce it further, does that go to rate relief or does it go to debt relief? Because that's the big, those are the two places we want to fund, is either rate relief or debt relief. And so do we want to split it? Do we want to do 75% towards debt and 25%? Having direction there would be helpful for us in terms of bringing back some analysis on that. I think I heard we do want to have some analysis of the franchise fee, and then I heard maybe not as well. But we can at least just bring back, what would that look like? What's the legal process? What is the negotiation? What is all that? So I think we can bring back an analysis just to inform the board, and then that could help with decision-making. To look at operating expenses again, to see, we have the $28 million in reductions. We've been holding the budgets fairly flat. Is there more meat on the bones there, and beyond what essentials are? So I think I heard that theme as well. So I think those are the things that I was hearing from the group. Does that capture it? Would it be good for us to bring back something like that, or is there some more specific or something different that you all are looking for?
Mr. GM, I think that you're right on. I think maybe bringing, when you're talking about whether we're putting into the bills or debt, give us one scenario, what it would do to the debt, and then one where it's a 50-50 split, what it would do to rates and decrease our debt over time. I think that would be ideal for us.
Well, I'll go even further. I think you need to set up a matrix. I mean, I don't want to see a scenario. I mean, a 9-quadrant matrix that has, 25%, 30% or 1/3, whatever. That has those numbers in there that you can choose. I mean, and I think the overriding issue for me is no rate increases.
I see other head nods.
Yeah, no rate increase.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Again, economics of it. Can a utility operate? I know we're in a unique situation because we have this debt ratio. Can a utility operate functional over a period of 5 years without rate increases?
Oh, I'm sorry. Then I'm glad you made that
CPI
clarification.
or anything? I mean,
No. We're only voting on this coming year.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I understand that there'll be rate increases in the future determined by, the circumstances depending on what CapEx is.
Yeah. Okay. Because I just.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Sometimes folks go, well, we'll never raise the
Right.
rates. Well, reliability is going to hit the toilet in speedy time.
Well, that's right up his alley because because you used to make jokes about this. Yeah. Sewer, water, wastewater.
So we can give these different options. I'm a little bit worried about the world of options, but maybe we can kind of think through what that looks like. But we also want to look at next year, but we also want to look at the window. So to that point, we could do zeros and then assume something in the window.
Well, and just as one board member, I apologize. I'm
No, go ahead.
heavily influenced. There's one true expert on utility and utility finances sitting on this board, and that's Mr. Pilarski. Okay? When it comes to hospital, I'm going to look at our scooters, golf cars, information, lacrosse. We got it covered here. So I'm going to be heavily influenced, so I think that we should sort of see which direction he's wanting. You can't have 5 masters tonight.
Right.
No,
So
yeah, there's
I
no
almost think,
experts in the
I would
middle.
I'd like to see what Mr. Valersky sort of meets with you and brings back, and that's going to influence me, quite frankly.
And we could definitely do that. We can sit down and go through what
Oh, I can
different
tell you right
options and
now.
all would look like.
I mean, I think you ought to be looking at somewhere around a 5 million. Oh, I just died. I'll just talk louder. Okay. Yeah, $5 million reduction in operating expenses in some form or another. I think you need to look at upward of $20 million in CapEx. Looking at passing it as though, we're not passing it, but it's kind of like, yeah, it's okay, it's fine. And I think we need to look at some reduction on the GFT. I think it ought to be those other factors. It can return. Look, I'm on the record as saying a general fund transfer is ordinary, necessary, and reasonable. But like with everything else and you mentioned it, has abused its power and abused its privilege by transferring more money than what the utility actually earns. You see, that's what life's all about. It's about conditions to the freedoms. So this general fund transfer that went a long way to putting us in that situation.
I'm the AV guy tonight, sorry about that.
Oh, that's okay. So
Okay, well.
it's probably interfering. I'll just talk loud.
There it goes.
It's on.
Oh, it's on
It's
now.
just people online can't hear you, that's the problem.
Okay. So that's what I would be looking for as that base.
The battery's going dead so fast.
I mean, I'm looking at all our staff. I mean, we feel like we have good enough direction to bring back some options. So the next question, I think, 12, and really we're kind of pushing toward getting approval of the budget, not necessarily the resolution readings before the July 1st deadline. So we can come back on the 12th to address the 6th and to meet that deadline. Does that make sense?
Would we be wise coming back on the 5th?
Well,
I'm just worried about, because if, and I apologize, you said, go ahead. I apologize. But my concern is that you come back on the 12th and it sparks a whole nother round of conversation and ideas.
Yep.
I would rather personally be here on the 5th and get all those, and let's see, make sure we're all not. I can't imagine what you guys have to go through every time we say change this.
So I will say the challenge on the 5th is we won't be able to get the backup in a week ahead of time, because we'd have to get that all in for tomorrow. So, and put the backup in the day before or 2 days before.
That's right.
If we try to hit the 5th, or we could do the 12th and we'll have the time to get the backup done and the analysis done. We'll put it in there. I think is a holiday, but we could 20th or 18th, we could hit another meeting in between that and the 26th. So.
Once you guys figure that out.
We can.
We have a lot of backup material that was provided that we didn't have the opportunity. I mean, this is a unique situation where we typically come in and build the budget meeting by meeting by meeting. And so.
Yeah.
In terms of the CapEx, right? I mean, we have a significant amount of experts in their field that developed, this need. And I realize significant inflationary drivers that have caused that. And love to be able to kind of talk in a lot more detail as each area has built out their budget to explain where that $42 million. I think there's a lot of information that needs to be shared before we can just say, hey, $20 million off the top. I mean, those are real needs. I don't want to discount that. We take a lot of pride in being able to be good stewards of our resources. And we wouldn't put together something that felt like was arbitrary or didn't give us the ability to safety and reliability standards. So I think that would be a really good idea for the 5th, June 5th meeting, because it's in the backup. And we could go through at least the operational areas, how where the drivers are in that budget. So that'd be my suggestion.
So yeah, so we could do, at least hit the CapEx part on the 5th, if not some of the scenarios, if we can get some of those put together as well.
Well, the chairman? So you're coming to us asking for some approval. It's your job to fit it into the amount that we feel that we can afford as a utility.
Right.
And that's how have, carte blanche on being able to spend.
Right.
It just doesn't work that way.
Right.
So I hear you wanting to justify, for safety, and I see Dino in the background there. I mean, I still remember going through the budgets with, the supply side. And absolutely, market based on safety. We do absolutely every one of those. But it takes what that number is that you're going to cut. I mean, that's what it is. It's cut.
Right.
And it can be deferred until next year, or you can space it. It's authority. The authority is your bosses, okay? And we determine what the budget's going to be. And you need to understand that. So I don't want to see pushback against reducing the number. Reasonable. So I mean, if you're telling me that $142 million, that's the number. I mean, we can't live next year unless we get $142 million in CapEx. First question I'd ask you is, how do you even facilitate getting that? Because every year, and I remember when I was the GM, people came in with 100, 120, came in with all those numbers. And it's like, we looked at how much they actually spent. It never met the numbers. And I think that's really, really important. Or at the end of the fiscal year, all of a sudden we got 30% of the expenditures at the end of the year, at the last month of the year. It's not acceptable. I mean, read the memo. Any other comments from the board?
Tony, can you get what he asked done?
The $20 million cut.
No, everything that he asked for. Yeah, what he said, he wrote down notes. Can you get that done?
Next week?
I don't know, but can you get it done?
Yes.
It can be done. You can get it done.
So we can evaluate, we can go back through the budget, evaluate the budget, look at the expenses, and bring back a recommendation, including a reduction in GFT, and look at what those options are, yes.
Okay. The end of the budget presentation?
I think so.
Okay. I think we're on to member comment. Anyone?
This showed that we did not have a meeting of the minds. We didn't know where anybody stood, so everybody's just kind of like all freelancing, which makes all your jobs much harder.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
Yeah.
I want to commend you for bearing.
I think this is a valuable meeting. I don't expect us all to think alike. that, you know, I may have more utility experience, but I'll tell you, I'm not trying to pick on you. Folks. And your business is not a lot dissimilar from our business. You're dealing with capacity, right? You've got a large volume of fixed assets. It costs you a lot of money. And you want your beds want to be productive. It's the same kind of thing, because I had these conversations with folks. And so we're doing the same thing. And I think it's all variable. We talk about fuel, the fuel required to produce the power and those types of things. But it's about fixed costs. That's why the next discussion has to be about the IRP. Because the integrated resource agencies, and they're looking at their IRPs going, excuse me, but hell, we're not going to build another power plant. We can't afford to. Well, what I'm looking at, we looked at that CapEx. It was almost $3 billion or so on top of that, which we can't afford. I know. I'm talking about absolute nominal dollars. Nominal dollars. I'm not talking net present value. The land acquisition costs, I mean, you couldn't put all those in our territory. You'd have to get into a NITS agreement so you'd have access to the outside world. That's just a fact. So we're ability to fulfill the obligation thereupon. Go ahead.
Well, I guess what I would say is we're going to bring the IRP to the board with options of what we could do. You know, we could expand and purchase off. There are a lot of different options, and so I just want to be real clear. I'm hearing discussions. We have not landed anywhere. All we have done is done the analysis of what the different options and what the least cost options are. So we haven't gone any further than that, and we're going to bring that to the board for that exact discussion. So I just want to make sure nobody is thinking we are down the road and we've committed and here's where we're headed. We are on the future generation and how we provide power to our community.
Well, I would be very interested as to, look, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've talked with, you know, Florida. He's an excellent executive director. And, you know, he's doing the fight on greenhouse gas rule that was, I guess, March or April. It was promoted. We can't build another gas plant based on those rules. It will require carbon sequestration. I can't even say that. Carbon sequestration. Meaning you have to capture. Retire a coal plant. We can't. But I see that in the IRP. So how are we even thinking about that? I mean, we want to green. And the idea, there's other gas plants that are being put in as part of that IRP. You're not going to get them built. They have to have carbon sequestration. So well, you know, these are the numbers that we need, yet you're not taking into consideration the landscape that's out there now and our ability to build and do. And I know that FMPA, Seminole has a 1,200 megawatt gas facility with a 6,200 heat rate. We don't have anything close in our system. Looking at those kind of elements, I didn't see anything like that.
We did do that, yeah.
In IRP. But it was discounted and said, well, we can't afford the transmission costs because you're not looking at the whole thing. You didn't look at dipping into the fixed expense. Looked at FP&L, expanding the transmission line, and everyone said, oh, you're trying to sell to FP&L. No, you're trying to partner with a reliable person, entity that can get you access to. So we need to have a different perspective on looking at that, and I don't know how that folds in to the whole budget discussion, but I think it does.
A lot to touch on there. I don't know how far we want to go, deep we want to go into this. So the
We really
IR,
need to talk about the IRP tonight. We've been here for going on 3 hours, and I know it's important, but.
We can postpone it. That's fine. Together. That's fine. So, is there anything else on the agenda?
The next thing is adjournment.
We're adjourned.
that's it.